Hello everyone, welcome to this very spontaneous stream. Nice to see you all here, nice to not be alone here. And today Amazon decided to just release some of those, let's call them film poster images on Twitter, and we will have a look at those, and I give you my first impressions and my thoughts on that, and what I could find out in this very, very short time. We also will have later some guests and so on. And as a result, it's very spontaneous, everything here. So my preparation time was insanely low for the stream. I'm a bit almost sorry for that. And as a result, everything is a bit messy and wonky here. So sorry for that already, but I try to do my best to give you my thoughts as good as I can with this little preparation time, but there might be stuff that I have overlooked or whatever. We will see later and see how this goes. I'm a bit nervous, to be honest, too, so there's also that. First of all, let's have a look at what is actually going on. So let me see if I can bring this up on the stream easily, and hope all people watching right now are doing well. Hope you had a good day, and I guess we all were kind of surprised by that. So let's switch to the Twitter of the Lord of the Rings on Prime series called The Rings of Power. A lot of rings in the name, I know, but what can you do? Already saw them some of the pictures in the screen I just showed to you, and was pretty difficult to do this fast in Photoshop. Now, it's not difficult, that's the wrong word, but hasty is probably the correct term. Nice to see you, first of all, here. Clueless Fangirl is already here. Nice to see you. Guten Abend. And greetings, Dave Terry. Frank is here. Awesome. Very curious who else is there. Did I just post this link to the stream on the Discord? I'm not sure. I hope my Discord people know that I'm live right now, but maybe I can do this really quick. Okay, done. So yeah, there might be some technical issues. I hope sound is good and you can hear me well too. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on here in parallel. So but I see you see a picture and you hear something. So everything on paper should be fine and running. My main question is, where do I put my OBS and where do I put the rest? Sometimes I wish like I had a 4 screen. I've already 3 and it's not enough for doing stuff like this. But okay, let's start right into it. The Amazon posted these pictures, and we might see some interesting details. We just go through all of them. Let's get rid of that. No, that's a cool trick that we can do. Okay. I hope we get all the pictures by doing this. I hope it works. Oh, Christian Fischer is also here. Guten Abend. Nice to see you. I hope switching between English and German does not confuse me too much. So many people, cultures, and history of the unexplored regions of Middle-earth that can be wasted just to please the political correctness of modern entertainment. Just remember Harad and Hrun. Yeah, I guess it's kind of to be expected that we see different, like, some very interesting pictures. But let's just start right into it. Not much talking. So this is the first person, the first screen we see. It's already surprising that they just pumped out a lot of pictures. You can also leave a like here. And I'm really surprised by that, to be honest. So we see a person in blue robes, I would call it. And he has some rings. Rings look kind of expensive. Can I zoom in? No, that doesn't work in this thing here. I think that's a shortcut for it. We probably would have to do things differently. Also, do you see it on screen? You see it. Okay, it works. So it looks relatively wealthy. I couldn't make out too much on this screen already. Just we have a person. He looks fairly wealthy. If we consider or put it into the context of the other pictures, we see, as was mentioned here in chat already. Oh, excited from Denver. That's cool. we already see that different people with different backgrounds, let's put it that way. So there are rich people, like this person looks very wealthy, and there are also people that look like farmers or something, and probably on the poorer sides of things, in comparison at least. And yeah, this is the first. I don't have much to say about this picture, to be honest. Like, we have, like, the robes are definitely advanced. If you look at this here, do you see my mouse cursor? Maybe not. Let me. Yeah, you see my mouse cursor. Sorry for not having it a bit badly prepared, but you have like little things woven, like golden things woven into it, I guess. Maybe something like this. So this is, of course, even if you consider things from a technology standpoint, like just this robe looks kind of advanced. So who are the advanced peoples that in Tolkien's universe? That are, of course, for example, the elves and the Numenoreans. So either this person could be potentially an elf, or it could be a Numenorean. Who knows? But something like this, because if we consider that this place in the Second Age, there, to our knowledge, only two very advanced places already that are, of course, Numenor and, of course, the Elvish places. Maybe I can show you a map so you know what I'm talking about. I have somewhere an awesome Second Age map I have, but we don't see Numenor on it yet, so I have to work for it a bit. But let's start with the Elvish people that we see on the map. So, for example, Gil-galad and his people live here on Lindon, and that is one location. Later, let's say a little bit later in the Second Age, we also have, of course, where Elrond lives, that is Imladris. But for the Second Age, at least the first half of it is more prominent here for example, Eregion, where Celebrimbor and also potentially for a time Galadriel and Celeborn lived. And potentially founded it together, but depends on the version. Complicated topic. There are different versions written by Tolkien. You find most of the details about Eregion in the Unfinished Tales, and some hints also in Lord of the Rings, Appendix B, and so on. So kind of interesting. Download the image. Yeah, I downloaded the image, but it's for me easier to switch through the images doing it on the browser, because OBS can be complicated in that regard. Let me just see. I always hate when YouTube gives me like an error bar and says something is wrong. Is something wrong? No, it seems everything is fine. I think it's just because the maps are so big. So yeah, we have this place. Then also we have Lothlórien, which I put in the Second Age, different names. Names changed several times. That is roundabout here. Galadriel and potentially later goes there, but it's really hard to track down where Galadriel was when after the Eregion incident. That might appear in the series or not. Hard to say. However, there was either a king called Amdir or Amros in this place, and what, depending on the version, Amros in some versions is also the son of Galadriel, but later he's the son of Amdir. So complicated topic. See my Who is Elrond video on the Second Age for more information on this. Or also I did a dialogue with Clueless Fangirl. Shoutouts to her. We talked about Celeborn and Galadriel, where we also talked a bit about the different versions here and there. But it's really difficult. So that is one option where the person we are seeing on this image could be from. Another option would be Iselond. Very unknown place, I guess, for a lot of people. I can't pinpoint it to 100% right now, but it should be around about here. Very down. That's where Gondor will later be founded, or this is later Gondor. Gondor is founded. Let's not talk about the foundation of Gondor, where, like, there's Erech, and Erech was also one of the potential founding places, at least in some versions. Complicated topic too, but yeah. There also lived some of the elves, and there might also other places where elves lived, but these are the most prominent places I can think of right now out of my head. And also we have Numenor. For Numenor I have to scroll a bit down. It's like, let's say I move down a bit. So here's the ocean, and we go down a bit further, and down a bit further, and then somewhere here down the line we find Numenor. It's an island, and men lived there. They were after the War of Wrath. Let me see if I have a War of Wrath picture. I have one. Shoutouts to... I don't have the... forgot again. Spontaneous character of the stream, but there's a awesome artist called Fphiradd. You see in the description, there's already a link in it. I put it in, but I don't have like a little on-screen shoutouts for him. But this picture, after the War of Wrath, the men fought alongside with the host of the elves and the host of the Valar and Maiar, that are basically the high angels of the world, the powers, and defeated the first Dark Lord Morgoth, the master of Sauron. And in this, after that, these men got an island gifted to dwell there, at least some of them. The men were the Edain. Not all of them accepted this, and so on. It's a complicated topic again, but they were brought there by the elves on ships. Círdan coordinated this according to, for example, the just released book, The Nature of Middle-earth. And yeah, this is the island called Numenor, and they dwelt there, and they also got taught by the elves over the time, and they got visited by the elves, and they were also Edain, so they were already in the first age, this is the second age, in the service of the elves. So they learned, and they were pretty advanced, and on this island they could dwell in peace and develop very far. They were just very advanced compared to all other men. On the level of the elves, one could say, maybe even higher, or not, probably not higher than the elves, but also complicated topic, technology in the world. But yeah, that is another place where this person that we just saw on the screen here could be from, maybe. It could also be that Gondor is already founded. Then, of course, this could be like a Gondorian noble or something like this, or from Arnor. I can't show you the exact area, but yeah, Minas Tirith will later be here, in case people wonder where that is on the map. It's always when you don't have images, just show things on the map. Helps quite a lot. We just look in chat a little bit and see what's going on. Like, what were your impressions if you have that? If you saw the images, I'm not also here to discuss and analyze the law. I'm not here to discuss politics. So if you're looking for a political discussion, then this might be the wrong place. Just saying so far, everyone. Also greetings from Poland by Rafał Rutkowski, I think. I'm probably butchering your name. But yeah, shoutouts to all the people watching. I'm really surprised that so many people are here, considering how spontaneous this thing here was. So yeah, so very curious where this could be. Arnor, in case people wonder, the capital, the first capital of let's say the capital of Arnor was Annúminas. That is here, somewhere around the lake Nenuyal on top. That's interestingly the potential birthplace of Celebrimbor, because Galadriel and Celeborn in one version lived there for a time, Second Age 300 to maybe 700 or something. Then they moved, founding Eregion 750 in the Second Age. Celebrimbor, according to Nature of Middle-earth, was born there 300 or something. So that is that. The first picture is probably also that I showed is probably not the most interesting. We come to the more interesting stuff in a moment, and as you can see, this will probably take quite some time, but I'm also limited a bit on time because I promised that we would I need to record something with Voice of Geekdom later. So there's that. But yeah, we might have also a guest soon, I hope. Guest soon stuff will work. And maybe for the next picture I can draw my guest in, which is Clueless Fangirl, but I need a bit of prep time for that. So let's jump back to the picture, and we can already, in the meantime, you can already watch at the next picture that we might discuss. Oh, she will probably like discussing that a bit more than the other things. But so let me try to make this work in the background. Let me see. Just give me a moment. Where's my OBS? There. I can't see chat for a moment, so you have to bear with me for a moment. Maybe this works? Something like this. Okay, so I try to get her into the stream and hope it works. The problem is, of course, I had not the time to check the sound settings for this, so there's always a problem. Also, I need to find out how to call people, right? I think something like this should work. I hope it works. And yeah, in the meantime, what do you think of this picture? It kind of is a very interesting one, but it also has me potentially worried a bit. But I don't know what your impressions were of this here. Let me see. Okay, I hope Helen can hear us.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, and potentially you should be live now too. So welcome, Helen, aka Clueless Fangirl, who asked me if she could join, and I would much appreciate to have like some support here in the stream, so I don't have to talk all the time alone. And yeah, welcome, Helen.
Hello. Yeah, sorry, I just set this up. I'm literally sitting in my dressing room because I have guests in the house. But yeah, I was so excited, and I'm not 100% ready for this, but this is the picture I wanted to talk about. I think yeah, we're good here.
Yeah, seems to also work. Can everybody in chat, can you tell me if sound is okay, if she's loud enough and so on? Hope everything works. Yeah, it's. I was also really surprised by it. I guess I'm also not really ready for the stream. I would have loved like an hour or two more preparation time, but I simply don't have the time today to move it further back. So it has to be very spontaneous. What was your first impression when you just saw so many pictures dropping on Twitter?
Well, listen, the thing is, they didn't give us anything. They gave us a picture, like, when was that? Half a year ago or something like that. And
Yeah.
then we got the short teaser trailer with Galadriel, with her epic speech and her saying Mordor, like, this is the place to be, people, because yes, it is. And yeah, but not much more. And now we definitely get the confirmation, that it's out 2nd of September. This is not that far away. And yeah, and then they dropped like 22 pictures or something like that, I think. Total.
Let me double check. It is 23. I think,
23.
if I don't copied one twice.
Yeah. And yeah, and so different. And what I noticed fast, because in a lot of these modern fantasy series, everything is so polished and everybody's beautiful and everything is perfect. And I'm a big Star Wars fan, and I always love this whole rundown thing, when people are dirty, and sometimes they fight dirty, they play dirty, ships look dirty and all that. And I think that is partly what Tolkien also describes his, well, like, when you go to I don't know, the Rohirrim or somebody like that. This is not like a perfectly polished, fancy city. No, it's not. And there are, when you look at some of the hands, they look dirty. And I know it might be weird, but that was one of the first things I noticed. And I really like that because it makes it real, and it doesn't look, it's just for the visuals. Because, like, for example, the Wheel of Time. I kind of like the Wheel of Time. I mean, I did. It was a good fantasy show, right? But everything was, I don't know, everything was perfect and everybody looked so pretty. But that went, like, it costed a lot of the storytelling. And so that is at least how I felt. And you didn't get real battles and all that. Maybe we'll get that in season 2. But here, the feeling for me, at least, is this looks real. This looks good.
Yeah, for sure. There are a lot of details. We maybe come to this. Do you see the stream open on the thing? You probably have a bit of delay, but I would like to just go through every picture and just put out some thoughts. We had the first picture already. Maybe I'm not sure if you want to add something to that one. The blue robe and rings and so on.
No. I think you said, what was it like? I
Yeah, this
didn't
could
say.
be maybe a Numenorian or an elvish
Mm,
person, something
yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
We just discussed it. So next we have maybe one of the more interesting ones, but
Yay.
and it is the bad guy, the spiky gauntlet, I would call it, and a
Yeah.
weird looking sword. So the sword already is very unusual, I would say. Like if we are used to how the bad guys in Lord of the Rings, for example, look, this is very, what do you call it, atypical, untypical. It's unusual, let's say, or it looks more fantasy. Let's put it that way. While
Yeah.
the Peter Jackson films, I think all the swords, even that of the bad guys, looked like more grounded in real world. This looks a bit fantasy. I have to personally admit, I preferred the Peter Jackson style a little bit, but I just want to be open-minded. But that was, somebody asked in chat why I felt worried and just stopped my sentence because I had to deal with getting you in the call. And yeah, that is basically why I wouldn't, worried is a too strong word, but that's the first thing I said, I'm not 100% convinced. So I like the, what do you call this top? Maybe somebody in chat can
Pommel or something
pommel?
like that?
Yeah, maybe that.
Yeah, it's like two Germans talking in English. Yeah, I'm very excited.
In German, it would be Knauf or something like that.
Knauf, yeah. I think isn't it Pommel? Help us out. We're completely lost. I'm going later live with the German Tolkien Society on their podcast, and I was like, this is the first time I can talk about Lord of the Rings in German. I'm so excited. So, yeah.
Yeah,
anyway.
pommel must be the word. At least my dictionary thing here says it should be the word.
Yeah, but remember the Hobbit movies, you know? I mean, I think especially when you remember like Thranduil's, like what Weta did with the Woodland Realm with the swords there, they looked a bit more like this. But yes, I
Yeah,
agree.
that's true. They look more fantasy-like.
Yeah, this could be from the Wild Hunt in The Witcher. This literally looks like a sword of one of the guys from the Wild Hunt of the NL.
Yeah, 100%. That is, kind of interesting. So who could this person be? I mean, could this be a ring race, for example?
Yes, it's 100% he's a Nazgûl. Come on, 100%. But there comes my question in, and you might know that better, because they didn't actually wear the rings later on, right? I mean, we don't fully know. They must have worn them in the beginning, but later stages, they didn't wear the ring. And if you look, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. And this is a weird hand, and he has his fingers around the sword, so we don't really know.
The second hand.
But it doesn't. But maybe he's not wearing a ring. So because there are few of them are not wearing rings.
Yeah, it's definitely a possible. If for people on my channel who have seen the last video I uploaded about the 7 Rings of Power, which I also talk about almost 40 minutes, but there we also discuss that at some point there are several hints in the books that hint towards that Sauron collected the rings and took it, and Tolkien used the phrase for himself. Of course, this can be interpreted in several ways, but you can also interpret as he used the rings because he was in the Third Age lacking the one ring, and these rings still, even though they had the purpose to basically manipulate others and bring them under his will, they still gave them powers. Like if we can read, maybe we can read this section pretty fast if I find it.
So you think it's like he drew power from? I always saw it as he's the puppet master and he has them, in like a cabinet, and this is more because they are already under his influence now. But the ring is with him now, so because he sends them out, right? Like the Witchking of Angmar, Then later on, when he fights with Arnor all the time, he's not close to Mordor. It's like literally Mordor is at the other side of Middle Earth, and they're not close, and it's not like Sauron visited him or whatever. So for me, it was always like he had all the rings, all the 9 at one point in whatever, a cabinet or whatever. And I don't you said, but it's actually a cool theory that he drew power from them. I always thought like this is his, he's now the puppet master and this is his grip on them, but they don't need to wear it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense too. Just
Yeah.
to come, I just had now the time to come up with a quote. So, what if somebody often asks? I guess if you have saw videos about the Rings of Power, you have heard this quote multiple times. You can just read it again from the Silmarillion. Those who used the 9 rings, in this case, it talks about the 9 rings, but it should be in theory true for the other rings too. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their days, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. They obtained glory and great wealth, yet it turned to their undoing. They had, as it seemed, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. They could walk, if they would, unseen by all eyes in the world beneath the sun, and they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men. But too often they beheld only the phantoms and delusions of Sauron, and one by one, sooner or later, according to their native strengths and the good or evil of their wills, in the beginning they fell under the thraldom of the ring, and they bore of the ring that they bore, and under the dominion of the one, which was Sauron's. And they became forever invisible, save to him that wore the ruling ring, and they entered into the realm of shadows. The Nazgûl were they, the ring wraith, the enemy's most terrible servants. Darkness went with them, and they cried with a voice of death. So, pretty cool, epic line, in my opinion. And you find it in the Silmarillion, in the of the Rings of Power and Third Age chapter, relatively close to the beginning. And it is a pretty epic quote, in my opinion. But it shows that these rings had power because it obtained great wealth, similar to the dwarven rings, for example. But also they became mighty kings, sorcerers, warriors, so people of power in their day, basically. And this is phrased in a way that it was also based on these rings, so they definitely had advantage and could see things that others could not see and gain knowledge by that others would not have.
Yeah,
Sauron,
but
of course, could do this in of itself, but I would also assume that it potentially helped him too, that it did also something for Sauron if he would wear one of those rings.
And you know, we have to keep in mind who were those rings originally, because Celebrimbor forged these rings. He forged them for elves, or that was what Sauron had in mind, right? Actually, the rings were intended for elves. That was their original purpose. But then, you know, he saw and must have learned, because he went, you know, Lyndon did like literally shut the doors and was not having anything of Anatar. They felt, you know, something is shady, something is happening. So Gil-galad and Círdan completely, you know, shut their doors in his face. And then obviously, yes, with the Gwaith y Myrddin in Region, he obviously, you know, they crafted the rings and everything, and he must have seen at one point, okay, they're not in the Second Age. At that point, there were not even enough powerful elves to have all these rings, to wear all these rings, to aid him in anything. So I made a interesting video actually about that, what Sauron's intentions were, because I asked that, you know, myself. And then why did he change his mind and tried, you know, with the dwarves and tried with men? And yeah, I find that fascinating. If they will, you know, give us that backstory, what the intention was, you know, we're not sure, but this looks now, right? Because this focuses so much on these rings. So it looks like the forging process and the idea behind it will play a pivotal part in the series. And I like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Somebody asked in chat, why would we think it could be, for example, Sauron too, or why would we think it's a Nazgûl? I think there's one factor. This person carries a sword. Sauron was a sorcerer, not a warrior. Like in the film, he is depicted, or in the Peter Jackson films. Maybe I can find you the screenshot really fast while I'm talking. And there he is depicted as somewhat like, almost like Melkor is depicted. And that is, of course, very, very different in the books. There's like a drawing of Tolkien himself, and there he looks like a ghostly sorcerer. Like he's also the necromancer that has ties to very old versions of him, where he was still called, what was his name? Thu, I think, which is hard to say for me. But let me see.
No, but the thing is, you know, he he was a commander under Morgoth in the First Age. He was. So he did, led armies. But as you said, and we know that about his former boss, the OG Dark Lord, we know Morgoth was actually a coward. He only came out and fought Fingolfin in that epic battle because Fingolfin literally, it would be embarrassing if he wouldn't come out, right? And the elven king, like stabbed him 7 times. The most evil, most powerful creature the world will ever see. So you see, Morgoth and Sauron are actually not, as you said, they're not frontline fighters.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
you have in somebody like Elrond and Gil-galad and the elven kings, right? The leaders of the elves. It's different for them, but yeah, it's interesting. I think it's in Nazgûl because I think we would see the ring, the
Yeah,
one ring on the hand if it would be Sauron.
that's
Like
another good
here.
point.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also he has like a gauntlet and like a chainmail and so on. So it must be
Yeah.
somebody who fights more in the front line. And
Yeah.
of course they could depict Sauron totally differently as like the Dark Lord in the films. But considering just basing our assumptions on what we know from the books, I would say it's unlikely that this is a Sauron. It could be
Yeah.
maybe one of the Nazgûl. It could be maybe a Black Numenorean would also totally
That would
possible,
be
but that would be
nice.
later.
Yes. Yeah,
That
that would be yeah.
might be
Yeah.
later in the series. So I don't know.
Yeah.
We heard
Although,
some
I
rumors
mean,
that it. Oh, sorry.
no.
We heard some rumors that the series plays at the time of Isildur and
Yeah.
Numenor and so on, and at the time of Miriel and Ar-Pharazôn. We come to that probably in a moment.
Mhm.
So at that time already, the Nazgûl were around. So it is in theory possible if it's that late, but at that time,
Yeah.
we had still the Kingsmen. I'm not sure how far the concept of Black Numenoreans in Sauron's services. I mean, I guess the Nazgûl, some of them definitely were Numenoreans according to Tolkien. So
Yeah.
there could be something going on. Maybe this is an early form of the Nazgûl where they still maybe whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, the timeline thingy is still confusing, and these pictures don't help, to be fair, because Sauron took in the Second Age. So the Second Age was 3,441 years or something like that, right?
Yes.
And these timelines are a bit confusing because what you say is almost at the end, because this is the last days of Numenor we're talking about. This is the last. Ar-Pharazôn is the last king. My theory is still. I think we will see Palantir, which is the father, basically the father-in-law, the forced father-in-law of Ar-Pharazôn and his uncle, Yak. So I think we'll see Palantir as well, because a lot of things happened during Palantir's reign, and then slowly Ar-Pharazôn taking over, and forcing Miriel to marry him and whatnot. But again, so Sauron took the rings, all rings, because we see all these rings here, in 1697. So that's literally 1,500 years before the events you're talking about now. And I think, when did the Nazgûl first appear?
51.
2225 or 50? Yeah, I was confused there. Yeah,
51.
51. Yeah, so still, there's a lot, like, till the events then later. And this is when they are full Nazgûl, right? So he had the rings in 1697, gave them out, and then so 700 whatever years later they first appear. So there's a long time span, for them to fall for the rings and to, become what they became.
Yeah, that is true. Like in the video, I also speculated that, considering that some of them were Numenorians, and it also says in the quote, we can read it again. Let me see. Obtain rate. It's they had, as it seemed, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. So it expanded their life spans, and if they already lived for like 120 years, for this sentence to make sense, they have to pass this time already, if that makes sense. So the gifting could have happened like 200 years or 150 years or something like that earlier. So they're definitely possible. Like, it could be a long time span, but it's really hard to say.
Yeah.
So,
That's my
shall we
favorite
check the
picture.
next picture? Or do you want to
Yes,
discuss?
no, it's fine. We can come
Also, I
back
just
to
want
it
to point
later.
out let me go to the back to the picture and the production here really quick. There's a lot of scenes I have to control here. The picture, the pommel, it looks a bit like maybe some gamers are in the chat look a bit like the head of Amygdala from Bloodborne. So like
Oh, okay.
a Lovecraftian inspired creature from that game, but whatever.
And somebody in the chat, Sikayak, sorry if I'm butchering your name, he said Morgul blade, which would be interesting because I think they looked a bit different, and I think they were more like daggers, right?
Yeah, they were more like daggers, I think too.
Yeah,
But maybe it's
but a Morgul blade is an enchanted blade.
yes.
And you can even enchant a sword. So, maybe because this sword literally looks evil, this is like Gurthang or something like that.
Yeah, it looks really evil.
So yeah. Yeah, that's
Also
interesting. Okay.
Oh, Monsieur
I'm hungry
Dominique.
now.
Hi everyone, welcome. Nice to see so many people in chat. I've no idea. Oh, a lot of people are currently watching me. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the people joining
Yeah.
in. Really
I tweeted,
surprised.
I tweeted it out, and a few people. Cassie in here, reflective rambling. She also shared it. Thank you. She's always so nice.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Thank you. Much appreciated, people. And let me see. Was there something? Yeah, of course. Somebody mentioned Kingsmen were also worshippers of Morgoth. So yeah, Sauron could have made use of those too. Maybe you could spin some stories around that, I guess. But also there is some complicated stuff. But it depends on what the series has access to. I mean, for this picture I could like talk for an hour. I think it's just, for example, while Sauron, well, it doesn't make sense for the later stuff. But when Sauron had to take like different forms, he really committed and could not just travel around that freely and so on. So there were some limitations to that. But let's not go too deep in. The next picture is, I don't know. I don't have much to say about it, but I kind of find it also aesthetically pleasing. It's kind of an interesting picture. We see, I assume, an old man, because if you look here at the top, we see like the part of a beard. So I assume it's a man. And he has like a jacket, looks like, I don't know, is this wool or something? And he holds a red apple in his hand. So that is kind of unusual. The hands, as we talked at the beginning, look very dirty, like they worked on something.
Yeah, this is what. Yeah. And it's
Could be
not
like a
so
farmer or
flashy
something.
like all. Yeah, and this is great that they show this side of Middle Earth, right? And not just the polished, armorer or whoever, Nazgûl, and that lord beforehand. And so this is the next hand we see without a ring. Thank God.
Yeah, that's true. There's also no ring that we see on the picture. Interestingly, I don't know, there's some other pictures, and there's an interesting hint to them. Maybe let me see if we by accident have the picture I was talking about. Let me skip ahead a bit. Like this, for example. I think it's called blackberries, Brombeeren in German.
Brombeere.
Yeah. And
Indique is also in
if
the
you look
chat.
at it,
Hi,
they are very
Robert.
tall, but it could just be that the hands are very small. So maybe we had the idea that there were maybe hobbits in the films too, for whatever in the series too. So maybe this is a hobbit person. However, if we look at the apple size again, it looks normally sized. Maybe it's even a bit. The hands are quite big potentially. So this does not look like a hobbit in any shape or form. We also have a beard, which is also unlike. I guess somewhat unusual for hobbits too. Can't be an elf either, except it's Círdan, but his fingers would look different, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, I assume I don't know, maybe we know, for example, when the Númenóreans came to Middle-earth, we can read that some of the normal men living in Middle-earth took them for gods because they were just so advanced. So here we see a huge contrast to this person, for example. and some of the other pictures that we will look into a moment, like very
So
simple clothes. As you say,
yeah,
a
when
specific side of Middle Earth. Sorry for.
Yeah, no, so when Aldarion, they came to Middle Earth 500 years, so in the year around the year 500, right? So Aldarion, so the fourth king's son, was the first one literally to leave Numenor for the first time. So for 500 years, they did not go or travel to Numenor. They just lived to Middle Earth. They just lived on their blessed island, and it is interesting exactly what you said. It was a complete contrast to Numenor. Then the civilization there was, at a complete different stage than the people who were left in Middle Earth, like in the Dark Ages or whatever. So I think this is also what this portrays. Although you have, the Elven colonies, you have Eregion, you have Linden, you have Lorien at that time. So they were obviously advanced. At another stage again, and they were in contact with men. But what you said, he literally came to the shores, and they thought, yeah, they are like gods. They were taller, they were wise. The Valar taught them a lot during the time they traveled forth and back to Numenor. They brought them, the birds, the trees. They brought them plants. They brought them knowledge. So they were at a complete different stage than the people in Middle Earth. So
Yeah.
I think these pictures, portray that in a way.
That is
Yeah, but
that is true. I just brought up a
yeah.
picture by Peter Macri from Numenor. We see like these statues and so on, so it looks advanced. I also have another one of him that is not exactly Numenor, but more like Atlantis. But since Numenor is based on
Yeah.
Atlantis, let me see if I can find it really quick. Yeah, here we see we see like ships and so on. It's like you can almost imagine they were pretty advanced in comparison to that guy. Not no disrespect here. It's just technological and difference basically. And yeah, interesting. Somebody in chat wrote maybe it's a druidine. Potentially, it is a possibility. I guess that is an interesting idea. For people wondering, let me see if I can get the Ted Nesmith picture. Ted Nesmith imagined him, the druidine, a bit different.
I think from their statue,
Yeah, from their statue,
would
they would be
imagine.
smaller
Yes. Yeah.
and a bit, what you call it in English, with a little. I don't have the English words for them, but they are just smaller, maybe a bit wider.
In German.
Yeah,
Gedrungen.
exactly. Gedrungen is a good word. I don't know how to translate it to English though.
Yeah, maybe Matthew. There are a few Germans in the chat, so maybe they know. Gedrungen.
Maybe they know, yeah. But here we see basically how he imagined him. They have also red eyes and so on. And it is possible though. It's not impossible.
Yeah.
It's hard to see. We only see the hands and so on. It's hard to speculate on this. There is a possibility. It would be cool to see Druidine. I agree on that. Somebody also said it was also an impression. I had said a Bjorn, which of course is potentially is not he himself, but maybe an ancestor of him or another shapeshifter or something. I don't know why we got this impression, but he lives in the wild and so on. So there could be some connection to that. I like that. I like that idea. It would be pretty cool if it would turn out to be what it is. Let me just see to bring back the actual picture so people know what we are talking about. Yeah, and else I'm not sure if chat has some good takes on this. Didn't the wizards only appear in the Third Age? Depending on the version, yes. Except for the blue wizards, in one version they appear in the Second Age already. Silmarillion and the Second Age video, where we also have a long section about the two blue wizards.
You do, I know. I love these. Shout out to your Elrond videos, by the way.
Yeah,
but the thing is,
you cannot reference them all the time because everything is in them.
I know. It has everything in there. But the thing is, look, I think so. Let's think about the apple. What does the apple in Christianity stand for, right?
Yeah,
Well,
that's an
it
interesting
is
point.
the garden, the Garden of Eden, and the snake,
The fruit.
and how then, well, they still, yeah, but and this is the the banishment for mankind as well, the punishment from the gods, which would be the drowning of Numenor. But maybe this is because we know Numenor has a lot of farmland as well, right? Because they colonized and Middle Earth later on, and a bit they depleted the lands and whatnot. So they came from teachers to masters basically. But I think this could also be like a regular farmer in Numenor maybe, and this foreshadow. But this is like very tinfoily. But this foreshadows, like, yeah. But who knows?
Yeah, that's a good point that you make there with the fruit. I mean, in Tolkien's universe, that is a very complicated topic. I have no idea if they dive into this, but there's also a fall of men in Tolkien's universe, and yeah, I also slightly talk about in the Elrond videos, of course. There is in the book, The Nature of Middle-earth, we got some interesting texts and information, for example, about. But in also the book Morgoth's Ring, one of the History of Middle-earth books, we also find interesting text. And there is the text called it's a dialogue between the wise woman Andres and Finrod. And then there's also the tale of Adanel in this. That is, I think, an ancestor of Andres, or another older wise woman. And in this, we get a description of what could have happened, how the fall of man has looked, basically. And there is this theory expressed, or Tolkien had the thought to some degree. We find it also in the idea in some books referenced, that when the Numenorians got their island, we can just switch back to the map. Let me just pull it in a way that you know what I'm talking about. This is the island, Numenor. And on this, when they got there, and they also got a longer lifespan. And according to some of these Tolkien tried to connect this to the fall of men. And to this, the lifespan of the Numenorians was increased again, because it was not increased, it was restored to what it once was before the fall of men. So basically in a region in Middle-earth, let me see, I will never find that on the map, because it's very difficult to do that. But let's say, where did men awoke? Let's say somewhere, oh, it's really hard to say. No, I can't show it to you on this map, but I have a different one. Just very difficult to do this on the fly, not gonna lie. Yeah, this should work. So there is a place, men awoke here, this is Middle-earth in the middle, and we also see Numenor, and this is Hildorien. There the men awoke, and Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, found them there, and basically brought them to worship him, and brought them to basically confuse him and the other voice, which was the voice of Eru, that is God in the world, to be like the evil one, and they worshipped him and built him a temple, and as a result, God basically reduced their lifespan, and this was part of this fall of man's story. But like I said, it's a very complicated topic, has a lot of nuances which we can't discuss here in this stream, but it's an interesting idea that this might represent those who still are under this curse of fall of men. While we have those, of course, and we have those in Numenor, which were basically, again, the Edain. They were free. The Edain were a group that fled from Morgoth into Dorian, and their lifespans were restored according to these thoughts of Tolkien. And canon can be debated here and so on. It's a complicated topic. Like, I really need to make a video about this one day.
Yeah, the gift of men. Yeah, that whole talk. I recorded a video with Joysten yesterday about the Kings of Numenor by accident, and we talked about exactly that chapter with Andreth, and the gift of men. But everybody. It's interesting because everybody has their own understanding of it, and that makes it so beautiful, actually. But let's not go too deep on that. But yes, I do think we will see. Sorry.
No problem.
My setup here is a bit wonky. yeah, no, I do think we will see different, types of men. Not all men are good. It doesn't mean men good, orcs evil. I think you will see nuances here, and maybe, we get the backstory of why, how did that happen. And Morgoth must be named because literally Sauron built in Numenor,
Yes.
in the capital, he built a temple of doom to worship Morgoth. So they kind of must name him. And so the whole thing could come in as well. Yeah, but I think this is more the rural life. I think somebody in the
Yeah.
chat said, is this what's one of the wizards, with a Radagast. But I don't, yeah, coming back to the wizards, I want, and I do think, look, we have all these overpowered magic users in Sauron, and then we have the Witch King. And I do think some of the others maybe were also sorcerers or had some very, very advanced powers. All the magical, powerful elves were dead at this point. It's literally only Galadriel. There was no more Melian. There was no more Luthien alive in the Second Age. It's just Galadriel who knows some magic tricks. Elrond doesn't. He is, like, he's wise. He's a lawmaster. Yes, he can fight. But you don't have a counterpart, a magical counterpart. I don't think the Valar will come. So you need, for this magic aspect, and this was what in the Lord of the Ring movies was, Gandalf. And you need, so this is my theory, that we will get the wizards, because it doesn't make sense to just have the baddies being the magical, the magical element, and because they would be completely overpowered. Yes, the Númenóreans are many and strong and powerful and all that, but you need a magic counterpart. Maybe that is just Galadriel then, or maybe I don't think they make Gil-galad or Celebrimbor. I mean, Celebrimbor used magic to forge the rings.
I mean, Elrond later uses some magic to protect his realm too. Gil-galad could do this too.
Ring.
Well, he has his ring of
yeah, but that's
power.
a ring.
Though he couldn't wear it while Sauron had the one ring, though. So I don't know. Hard to say.
Yeah, but Galadriel has magical powers on her own that she learned from Melian. And like like Melian protected Doriath with a girdle, and Galadriel in a way did the same with Lorien, and that was not just the ring, that was her own powers she learned, or bringing down, Dol Guldur later on in the Third Age. That was also her magical power. That wasn't the ring, that was her magical powers she learned, because it's the same powers Finrod had and Luthien had, and who taught them? Melian. They all have the same things Melian can do, and they were all in Doriath. Yeah.
Yeah, there's this epic duel between Sauron and Finrod. It's the magic duel of song, basically. Oh, that was that. We just had like a little.
Yeah, sorry.
Problem? No problem.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem. And yeah, but maybe we should move on to the next picture, else we will never finish this in 12 hours. So
make the
and I need to record something with Dan in like soon.
Oh my god, when do you have to go?
In 1.5 hours, so that is soon, I think.
Well, yeah, that's soon for you, Chris, so we're all good.
Something like that. So yeah, let's move on to the next picture. Oh no, this one. I don't have, like, I don't know. I would have to look up banners and weapons. Like, do you have what was your first impression seeing this picture?
So I still see the apple because I'm in the.
Oh, you're a bit behind. So you have the picture with the sword and the sun symbol that should show up in a moment.
Yeah, so I'm waiting. You can talk fast. What's your thoughts?
I can talk in the meantime. So we see this person here. He looks like a warrior or something. He wears like some armor, or what would you call it? Like I guess he looks like a soldier or a guard or something. A breastplate.
Yeah. Breastplate, yeah.
He doesn't look too advanced, to be honest, but also his sword looks very unusual. Like it's always an interesting point. Like usually we talked about the bad guy sword again, and it looks a bit fantasy. And here we again, I know there are swords that are highly decorated, but usually they are not classic swords you use in battle on your everyday. So this person, just looking at his sword, I'm not sure. Either the person who equips the army just is so advanced that everyone can have like a decorated sword like this and it's just a normal weapon for them. Then this would maybe speak for maybe a little bit for Numenor. We also see some little marks of usage on it, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I probably would have to zoom in a little bit. But do we see like the blade is a little bit rusty? You know what I mean? Down here. Maybe I can bring it on the screen a bit closer, and we see the sun symbol. So that is also interesting. Do you have any? What are your impressions? In the meantime, I'll try to do stuff in the background.
Yeah, so do you know, I don't know how well versed you are in Game of Thrones, but this looks a bit, like the King's Guard to me. And you're right, they're not fully armored, so I think they're not on he's not on the battlefield or anywhere. He looks like an older dude. He doesn't look like he's 20 or like he's older. And I would say yes, he's like a Númenórean guard, and maybe this whole Kingsman versus Faithful comes in here. I don't remember. We know because the only weapons we fully know are the house, the symbols of the houses of the elves. We know the 12 houses of Gondolin. How many are there? I think 12.
Yes.
Yeah. So we know the symbols there, House of the Mole, House of the Flower, House of the Fountain, blah blah blah. For Numenor, we don't. I would expect it to be something with a star, right? Because Star of Eärendil, I would assume something like that. But this doesn't look like a star; it's a sun, right? But I would still say
technically the sun is a star.
Yeah, and the sun, who created sun and moon and because the whole sun and moon thing is really beautiful actually, but who created them? The Valar as well, when they enlightened the world after the two trees, blah blah blah. Let's not go too deep, but I do think because this is very, again, Valar related, maybe these are Númenórean guards in the castle in not Armenelos. Yeah, Armenelos is the city. Yeah, the capital. Yeah. So maybe something like that.
Yeah. Definitely. It's definitely a possibility that this is
Look,
like
Alex. Alex knows. Alex says the sun is the symbol of Elendil and the house of Andúnir. Okay, there we have it.
Oh,
so it's the lords of Andúnir. Okay, see? Yeah. So it's Silmarillion's line.
That
So
makes kind of sense.
Yeah. So it's
I
the
guess.
faithful.
Yeah. That will make totally a lot of sense, I guess. I mean, for men, the sun is an important thing because they awoke when sun also
rose.
first appeared, when the first sun rose. So yeah.
And I do think, he like, you see who's a goodie, who's a baddie, we don't know from the lighting of the picture alone. I mean, this is basically, I work in marketing and this is my job, and I used to work in TV production as a TV producer for a few years. So I know, how without saying anything, so this looks like a good guy. Come on, this is definitely not a bad guy. So it makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so interesting. Thank you, Alex. He's something I didn't know, and you didn't.
I wasn't sure about the weapons stuff. Oh, I zoomed in a little bit. Like it could really be a little bit rust.
But it's interesting.
So the sword has maybe seen usage. Sorry.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, but it's interesting. He's wearing a ring, Chris.
Yeah, he's also wearing a ring.
So what does that mean? Is it just bling, or does that mean anything? It rhymed. Mic drop.
It could have meaning. There are also little symbols on it. Looks a bit like I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's symbols or if it's kind of a letter system.
Yeah.
Maybe it is.
I don't...
What is it called? Oh, I have to. Cuneiform, Keilschrift, wedge writing. Don't ask me.
Yeah.
Maybe something like that, but that would, I guess, unusual for Numenor because I guess they would use also Elvish stuff, so Tengwar,
Yeah.
Kirdas, and so on.
Well, there were some people already on Twitter who decrypted the
We come to
Tengwar
that in a moment.
writing and what. Okay, so okay, good. Well, the
I-
ring. Yeah, I mean,
Let's see in chat. Also, shout outs to you also gave shout outs Reflective Rambling. I think it's a mod at Deep Geek, right?
mhm.
So shout outs to
And
you.
she's friends of all the channels. She's
Oh,
awesome.
yeah,
Cassie
yeah.
is her name. Yeah.
Okay, that's Cassie. Okay, good to know. Shout outs to you,
Yeah.
man. And yeah, also a lot of other people. Canadian Fantasy Corner is also here. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
All the good people. And yeah, really, really interesting. Maybe somebody has a better take on what's going on with the ring. I probably have to zoom in a bit more on my side too. That would be smart, right? Problem is, where's the picture? I have so many stuff open in the background, and I'm sometimes also a bit overwhelmed. Or you can zoom in quite a bit.
Oh, somebody in the chat, Frank, just mentions, and that is interesting because we know the Ring of Barahir.
Oh no, it's
an
Elvish,
heirloom.
I think.
Is it? Okay.
Wait, it's hard to.
Well,
it's
it
hard
would
to,
make. It would
it's
make
really
sense.
hard to see.
It would make sense.
I try to make it bigger. Maybe you can then see it. I did not expect it could be Tengwar. I'm not sure, but I can't read it. My Tengwar is terrible. But I've maybe Kirdan can figure something out. My trusty mod.
Oh, is he in the chat?
I've not seen him yet, but maybe he is.
I haven't seen
him.
So
can you see it? It's really hard for me to make it bigger in OBS currently. It is possible though, but I really try my best to just get it even bigger. I
couldn't have guessed. I'm bad
but
at that.
if you look at the lines, don't focus on the black parts, but focus on the line. You basically see the ring forming like a line, and that could be Tengwar. I'm not 100% sure though. Really hard to see. So at first I thought it would be like a writing system with like little things, but it's just basically the carving out, and the golden stuff is the actual letter. And then it could be something Elvish, but I really can't fully read it. I hope people can see it.
Yeah, well, no idea. But yeah, people in the chat are saying, Ring of Barahir, that is definitely not the Ring of Barahir. That looks very different. And I think the portrayal of, Aragorn wearing it is pretty good. But you're right there, because that was an heirloom of the house of Silmarillion. So the lords of Andúni got that ring when she was cheated out of being the queen, and her younger brother Meneldur became the king, and so Silmarillion got some of the heirlooms, right, from Elrond, Elros. Elrond. And yeah, so that is interesting. So it came to Aragorn through that line, which is really cool.
Yeah, also
it's
the
not the Ring of
Silmarillion. She was so she could have the rule. She could not become queen because the rule or the law that females can become rulers of Númenor was not in place yet. But she was the firstborn, and so her younger sibling, her brother.
Meneldur,
the only male, I think, heir in of this. I forgot who their father was, but the name of him. Could find it out in case people are interested in this. But yeah, that is she, and it's pretty awesome that we have an artwork of her. Really shout outs to Sara Morello, does fantastic artwork. She did one of you, right?
Yes, she painted me. Robert and some of the other people, friends of mine, they asked her to paint me as an elf, because I always
ironically it's Tar Elendil is her father.
Elendil, yes, the fourth king, and Meneldur became the fifth king, and Silmarillion, was cheated.
Yeah, exactly.
I think there was no law actually, and they were always lucky that I think they didn't make a law, and they were always lucky that the firstborn was always the son.
For it was changed later, but maybe I remember it wrong. There's Tar Aldarion, and for some of what was Tar Ankalime, I think they changed it so Tar Ankalime could become queen, and not
Yeah.
some other dude who they didn't like,
Yeah,
basically.
exactly. Halak, yeah. So yeah, some other Soronto, I think his name
Toronto,
was.
yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, so Ankalimi became the first ruling queen, although it, should have been Silmarillion, but yeah, the
I think
picture
I
is
also
really
have a
cool.
picture of her. We could
Yeah,
just
it's
show
really
pictures
nice.
of here now, but probably take a moment to find her.
Yeah, somebody in the chat says some form of Elvish. I can't read it. I feel you.
Yeah, here is Tar Ankalime, the first ruling queen of Numenor. Kind of interesting story too, but yeah, let's not go too deep into this. We are already far too deep into. Oh, I just closed the picture like an idiot. There
Yeah.
it is. Oh, you can't see it. That's good. So I should have just
Yeah,
shut up
I'm
here.
sorry. I'm with the chat, I still see Silmarillion.
No, I also
with the
forgot to
chat.
switch the scene back to it. So yeah, is there anything left to say about this picture? So it could be potentially, if this is true and the sun is a symbol of the house of Andúnie, then this could be potentially Elendil, Isildur, something like this. Possible. So that shall we move on?
Yes.
Okay. So another picture I can't say much about. I think maybe you recognize the robe. My first impression was
I still
it
see
could be an
I still
elf.
see this one.
Oh,
I still see this one.
it's the grey robe with the reddish arms, and there's like on the problem is I don't know the clothing terms, the parts of clothing in English too well. So
Yeah, let me
I hope you
wait.
can help me out.
Yeah, let me wait. Clothing, I'm good with that. But
Let
I
me see.
still
Is it on screen?
here. Okay. But
Yeah.
also, I mean, it looks very medieval to me, first of all. So what I always found, and I think we'll see that later with the golden guy, which hopefully is Ar-Pharazôn, I don't know. And
Yeah.
you feel, and this is what Tolkien, I think in a letter he confirmed that he had in mind when talking about the era of Ar-Pharazôn, so the end days of Numenor, he had something Egyptian-like, style-wise, look-wise, in mind, which is interesting
Also
because
for Gondor,
that golden
interestingly.
picture, yes, and this one looks more medieval to me. So it is interesting because we have very different. It looks like different centuries, different stages of
True.
yeah. This is not a poor person. First of all, not wearing a ring. I mean, we don't see the other hand, so this is the left hand, and you mostly wear the ring on the left, I would say. So I mean, I've let I don't know who that, like, no idea, seriously.
So yeah, my impression
It's
would be
not
it
an
could be like an
elf.
elf. Yeah.
What? No, I just said it's not an elf. Do you think
Yeah,
it's an
my
elf?
impression was it maybe could be
He
an
looks so
elf.
poor.
He looks
He
poor,
looks
but
so
look
poor.
at the arms. There's like a little bit of gold, and the there's also something, some kind of what do you call it, muster on the clothing, some patterns on which is like if he would be very poor, I think he would not have that. He's of course not the richest one of those who we have seen, so this is probably not a king or anything, but it could be like just a normal elven person. Like also the clothes look very clean and not dirty.
They do, yes, and the hands, the hands don't look like they've worked a
it's not
day
like a
in their
farmer or
life.
something.
No, but the belt is too plain. Look, all these
Yeah, that is true.
elves,
The only
they
thing
like
that I would agree on you is the belt looks not very elvish.
yes, because there would be some embellishment, there would be some, I don't know, cutouts, it would be symbolic. So I don't think it's an elf. The hands could be, I mean, look at us. We're literally talking about hands for an hour now. But anyway, I don't think it's an elf. I think it's like, what else do we have at that time? Men. I think
It
they're
could be some
inventing a lot
noble
of the
or some
colonies.
just what do you call Bürger, some citizen of like a bigger town, maybe in Numenor
Yes.
even. It doesn't have to be
Yes.
like a noble or so, just
Oh,
a normal person, normal with potential too.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, like LotR or some of these colonies over there
yeah,
where
for
Númenórean
example,
lived. Yeah. I don't think it's somebody of the guilds as well because they would also have symbols. I think for those guild
yeah.
people we would see symbols.
One thing that, for example, if we look at the patterns, there is like a star or something. Is this on it?
Really?
Like in
Where do
at the breast? Maybe I
Oh,
can.
on his oh.
So I don't
Where do
know.
you think is it? At a star? Oh.
Like
I
let
don't know.
me just zoom in. I can just bring
Yeah?
this up in a moment. I just have to. Of course, then you have to wait again 10 seconds. So we should already find something
I'm
to talk
sorry.
while I try to bring this up.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Is there a way I can
There's no
see it?
problem.
Because I don't see it on
I haven't switched
Discord.
the
I
scene
just
yet. I just
yeah.
need time.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I have to do this differently. I'm stupid. It's unfortunate for
No,
this
you're
moment here.
not.
And it's just too much production stuff that my brain has to process. But yeah, if this pattern part, I mean, which now will show up in a moment, we see like something of a star, and we know stars are very important. Also, somebody in chat, it was Alex again, so we can maybe talk about him,
Stuff
what he wrote
Orlando.
for a moment. He said that the sons of Elendil were Isildur and Anárion.
Yes.
Anna is the sun, and Isil is the moon. So there's also the reference. Later we have
Yeah.
Narsil, so we have again
Yeah.
Anar, and Seal is in the name, and it references sun and moon too. So yeah, it would make sense. However, the elves really like the stars, and maybe this pattern has something maybe elvish to it, but there's also
So it's
this
a poor
wheel
elf.
there. But I don't
Maybe,
know. Do you see it on screen
one of
now?
yeah, I see it. Maybe it's one of
Okay.
the refugees from
Hmm?
Doriath who are, who live in Linden, who don't have that much, elven cash, who live under Gil-galad's rule, who don't like him to be their ruler. Maybe we see some up, that could also be an interesting plot. I do think because Anatar did set up a region against Linden, right? He went to the Gwaithamirda and to Celebrimbor and to all of them and said, so why don't they, want you to have all the nice things they have? Don't they want you to become as powerful as they
Yeah,
are?
yeah.
And he's also
Good
talking
point.
about Linden, and in Linden we know, um people of Doriath, so which are OG elves, right? Who always lived in the Undying Lands, who were born under the stars, and they lived in Linden because they had to find refuge because the world changed after the end of the First Age. Everything drowned basically, and Linden was their place of refuge, right? And they lived under Gil-galad, who was a Noldor ruler and king,
Hmm.
the last of their kings, and they didn't like, they didn't really like him because he was a Noldor, and they had their own thing going on in Harlindon, and so maybe we can also see conflict there. So maybe those are, I don't know, Beleriand elves, poor elves. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. This, by the way, Gil-galad on the screen by Kimberly 80. Fantastic artwork. One of my
Oh yeah,
favorites.
yeah.
It's really beautiful. And yeah, but quite possible that it is true. It must have been, Lindon must have been definitely a very wealthy thing. And even, yeah, as said, I don't feel like he looks too poor, but maybe poor for elven standards, and that's pretty good in comparison to the other dude
Yeah,
with the apple we just talked a
I
moment
know,
ago.
I know. He's above the apple, dude. Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
Kimberly is.
definitely he's yeah,
Yeah.
definitely above the apple dude. Let me see, apple dude. Here it is.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah,
So Cassie said somebody is suggesting PJs, elven PJs. Okay,
yeah,
maybe.
wow.
Yeah.
Also, Andres, also very active on my Discord and so on, said that is definitely an elf. So with this, it's basically decided it's an elf.
Okay.
Shoutouts to Chatty Chief Rosalka.
Well, I
So
think
shall
that
we move on to the next picture because I don't have too much to
please.
say.
Please.
Yeah, but
Yes.
even these we can talk. Oh, that one. So I think that is a woman,
Ooh.
and she has a book.
Yes.
And books, she has a red dress, and the dress already looks like, from its design and style, it's a bit more special, if that makes sense. Even though we also see some little pearls. Is this the English word for it, Perlen, or something like this on the top? So it definitely looks noble. Probably not like a queen. And she has a book, and as we know, books in of itself are quite valuable. Maybe it's not a book though, and I'm just stupid. But what are your impressions? And I hope you already see it on the screen.
Yeah, I see it now. Yes. Yeah. So, well, definitely female. I don't think it's an elf. I think it is a human. And then again, what we should. Okay, so Numenor at a certain point had colonies in Middle Earth, and these colonies were, inhabited also by Numenorians. When we come to education, and again, I wrote a video about that because I found it so fascinating. Because when you think of the Third Age, there are no schools, there are no universities, there are no libraries, there's nothing. Because when Numenor drowned, all the knowledge, it is basically like the Library of Alexandria burning, right? Because when Numenor drowned, all the knowledge, all the books, everything drowned. They didn't take any. They took a few things. The 6 ships of the faithful took a bit of alums with them, but not really. So I think this is also in Numenor, I would say, because Middle Earth is not. If it's just a random noblewoman somewhere, I think this whole knowledge thing is in Numenor and will be portrayed in Numenor, because knowledge makes you want things, right? And the more you know, the more you want, in a way, right? Yeah, so I think this is a noble lady in Numenor, maybe at the court. I don't think it's Miriel, the queen, the last queen, because
I don't think so either.
she would look more opulent, maybe it is Isildur's wife or something like that, because I do think the lords of Andunia were more humble, and they didn't look as flashy as the others, because debauchery and wanting more and money and wealth and all the richdoms of the world, that were the king's men, and that was Ar-Pharazôn's people. But I think the lords of Andunia will be portrayed as very humble, still close to the elves, and the book stands for wisdom, if this is a book, but we don't know.
Yeah,
So,
if this
yeah.
is a book. But if you maybe we have to do the zoom trick again. If you look at the top corner, you see like the shape of the book is definitely given. That makes sense. Let me just see if I can switch it on the screen on the fly really quick. Of course,
Chris, I think you have. Do you know how to do it? I think you have to make a few of the people in here you trust moderators, because there are a few comments. I don't think you have any moderator in the chat. Do you have one?
Not sure if Kiernan is actually there.
I don't think he's there. Maybe make somebody a moderator to moderate this. Make Cassie one. You can trust her.
Yeah,
Don't make me one. Don't trust me.
That would actually help.
Because we can't follow the chat, because you do so many things at once.
I really have trouble following the chat currently.
I
So
know. I
out
know.
of that. We much appreciate if some nasty stuff is in the chat that somebody
raised
But if you look at the book, you see this.
Yeah, it's a book.
Yeah, you see this little rounding there. Maybe you can see it now on screen. So it definitely looks like a book from my perspective, and just having it on the screen, in my opinion, it must have an importance for that person. Why else would she carry or pose in this picture with a book? So yeah, I agree with everything you said. Could definitely be somebody. Maybe if we had the rumor that the series plays around the time of Miriel and Ar-Pharazôn, and as a result, maybe some of the Elvish stuff was not welcome in Numenor. Maybe that is something that contains knowledge like this. But yeah, I agree on that could be definitely that. And also, you pointed out well, the lords of Andunia were maybe more humble and so on. Very interesting. Is there anything to add? Or shall we go to the next picture?
Yeah, next one. Yes. We have a few to go through.
Yeah, we have a few to go through. Oh, 23 to be precise. Also another one. Here we come what you just said. Like in the letter, I could try to find it really quick. You said that the style of Numenor is more Egyptian, and that is true. And this looks like the arm. I don't know why, but the what do we call this? Not braces. What is this thing? The arm rings, whatever you call them in English. They have this Egyptian style, and she has this flower in her hand and also a ring. Definitely looks more like if this is potentially a woman.
Yeah, this could be Miriel. It could but she looks old. Her hand. I mean, I don't know, but her hands look a bit older.
Yeah, could be.
Maybe. So at that time, let me think. So Tar-Palantir. No, we don't know Palantir's wife. It could be Tar-Palantir's wife. So Miriel's mom.
Yeah.
Or
potential.
it could maybe Elbereth was still alive at that time. What do you think? Because she was basically the grandmother of Miriel, and she was a faithful. Because this woman doesn't look evil, right?
That is a really good point.
Maybe theory crafting here. Maybe this is Elbereth. Maybe she's still alive. Because her story is so cool. Her husband married her. She was also from the line of Silmarillion, and she, was a faithful, and she had a good son and an evil son, which was Palantir and what was his brother's name? Gimilcard. Yes. And her husband found out she actually was a faithful, and then he kind of banished her. We don't really know what happened to her, but he in a way banished her. But his firstborn got to the throne, and he was the last good king who tried to repent, but it was too late for Numenor. So maybe it's her. What about that? Let's throw it out in the world, because she looks rich, and she doesn't. Elves wouldn't wear this kind of bling, so you're right.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely a human, but hard to say who she is. But I agree with you. That could be. That could be the mother.
Yeah.
But
Somebody is saying in the chat, this is interesting. Wait, the chat is so fast. Looks very Canadian Fantasy Corner. Shout out to him, by the way. He's also amazing. Looks very Egyptian. Maybe Haradrim. This could also be interesting.
Yeah, that is
we have
another thing I also thought.
Yeah.
I also found the quote.
Yeah.
So in case people wonder, so it's in a letter. Of course, I forgot the letter number. Now I have to scroll up. 211. There's also interesting. Some interesting stuff in that letter. The Numenorians of Gondor were proud, peculiar, and archaic, and I think best pictured in, say, Egyptian terms. In many ways, they resembled Egyptians, the love of and power to construct, the gigantic and massive. So this is written by Tolkien himself. So this is how he imagined this. So going with an Egyptian style makes totally sense. This, of course, here says the Numenorians of Gondor were like this, but the Numenorians of Gondor were still once Numenorians. So you can project this to Numenor to some degree.
Yeah, but I would love if we don't just go. I mean, we have many episodes, right? Many seasons. I don't just want to be in Eregion and Numenor. I also want to see something like Harad. I want to see the Easterlings. I want to see all that, a vast world. I want to see a big map and not just, yeah. But maybe they introduce that later.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Oh, Kirdan has shown up. That's good. Welcome, man. Nice to see you.
Yay! Heyo. Oh, next picture.
Next picture, yeah.
I'm being very bossy here.
That is true, but as I said, I don't
Yeah.
have much to it. He definitely looks so very wealthy. Like if you look at her let's call it a skirt, the down part, you also see like there's this what you call this brooch. Is this how you pronounce this? Like there's a decoration on it, and it looks very expensive. Like this is definitely as high society as it gets. But let's check the next picture, which is a huge contrast to what we just saw. That is, we see a man, and he has a robe around his shoulders and a ring on his pinky, I think you call it, the finger, the smallest finger, except for the thumb, I guess. But what do I know about autonomy, about English words and hands? So
I'm still waiting for the picture. Sorry.
oh, so you're still waiting. Okay, I hope
Maybe I should Google the others, but yeah. Oh yeah, now okay.
The ring is kind
Okay.
of interesting. It reminds me there's a ring in. It's again funny. It's not funny, but I just recently played a lot of Dark Souls, and this ring reminds me of Dark Souls. I probably have to look up what it doesn't matter for the series at all, but I just now curious if I can find it. Like there was like one ring that looked somewhat similar in that game, but yeah, the Kingslayer ring. But I don't think they have a Dark Souls reference in their
No.
in the series. Maybe I can bring it up on screens for people interested.
Well, the thing is, the hands look very ageless, right? It looks like an older dude, but the hands look kind of ageless, so it could be an elf. And this whole rope thingy, is that somebody living in the Falas? Is that, I don't know, Círdan's people? I don't think it's Círdan himself, but maybe some Falas
Yeah, that's
elf.
an interesting point. That it could have
Um,
to be with Círdan's shipbuilding
yeah.
people.
Or somebody, Numenor had a big shipping guild. What did they have a name? I forgot. Oh yeah, it looks exactly the same, the ring. I see it now.
Yeah, this
What?
is kind
Okay.
of fascinating, but probably has nothing to
Yeah.
do. Though one have to say that I know it's also quite popular
Yeah.
popular game, but I don't know if that's true. I always want to make a video if there are Dark Souls references in
Yeah.
Lord of Rings references in Dark Souls. That is the way around. I'm sorry, I'm just too bad at navigating my browser here.
Oh, good.
Got
Okay.
it.
Yeah. I think it could be an elf, random elf in Falas.
Yeah, I had the thought when I saw this ring, and that somebody had a similar ring in here, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know.
That was not the ring. No, that was different.
But
Maybe I
again,
just misremembered it.
that person looks too poor to be an elf.
Yeah, it
Maybe
looks.
I'm biased
It
here,
looks.
but
It doesn't look. It looks like a worker or
yeah.
somebody who does stuff. Not like a king though. He has a special ring
No.
that
Yeah.
seems kind of
Maybe it is.
unusual.
Yeah, but maybe it is the Guild of Mariners, right? And
Yeah,
maybe
that's
that
true.
is the, like all
They
these
also need rope
other,
and so on.
yeah, and all some of the, the guilds they wear the same symbolic ring, right? Isn't that a thing? And like fraternity, Burschenschaften, is that fraternities? Like these upper,
I don't know the word.
yeah, but do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
they
I know.
always wear these rings, and I think they wear them on their pinky. So maybe it is somebody from the shipping guild in Numenor, like a
That's an
dock
interesting point.
worker or whatever. Some
That
people
is.
call me out in the chat for my no poor elves bias, but I kind of think it's true.
Oh, Voice of Geekdom is here. Has he contacted me? Is it...
No,
Not yet.
is he giving you a countdown?
No, he's not. Also,
Oh.
shout outs to Voice of Geekdom. We were all hit a bit by surprise today by the stuff. So yeah, but
Yeah.
there definitely is a bit of rope, and it could be
Yeah.
tied to shipbuilding.
Yeah.
Who knows? Quite difficult to say. Let me just browse if I see the other. Maybe I'm wrong though. So too many. I have just too many windows open. It's just confusing. Oh no, the order is different here in my local files. Yeah, first I thought that maybe the we come to the dwarf later. That the dwarf had a similar ring, but it doesn't look like it.
Oh,
Now
okay.
that I checking it again, we
Oh,
just
yeah, you
skip
can
through all the
watch it with
pictures really
dwarves.
quick if I don't see like an interesting similarity. Ring, no ring. There's another person with a thumb ring that is also kind of interesting. We were very curious what you think about that picture when we come to it. But yeah, the only one, maybe I can show you the dwarf picture. It doesn't really look similar. It just
Yeah. Okay.
distantly.
Let's go to the dwarves because we know Helen
no,
loves dwarves.
Yeah, that is true, but I would just stick to the order and then.
Oh, you have an. Oh, I'm sorry. You have an order.
Yeah, of course I have an order. No,
Okay.
not really. But here we have the potential dwarf person, and we will discuss this also later. Let me zoom on the rings. I thought that one of the rings, the middle one, was also very flat on the top, but it looks totally different. So it's definitely not the same ring. If you maybe do you see it already on screen?
No.
Not yet.
No.
Yeah, the delay is a bit.
Yeah. Now.
It's
Okay.
a bit. Now it's basically double. Now you see it. Yeah, I thought maybe this was no, but it's not.
No.
So it's potentially not a dwarf. Dwarf with robes. Also, it's not the first impression of dwarf of a dwarf that I would have, that he carries a robe around.
No.
So
And I
that
don't
would
think
be
it's
unusual.
and Hobbit. I also don't think so. So too poor for elves. So let's go with Shipping Guild. And the ring
Yeah,
is.
Shipping Guild is a really good theory. I like that. That totally makes sense.
Ooh. What do we have here? Golden dwarf hand.
Yeah, let us. Who shall we go to the next picture, because I think
Yes.
I don't have much
Yeah.
to add. Okay.
Yep.
The next picture would be a woman. She has like what do you call it? A rosary bead? It's not like that, but she has like a thing around her arm race. Is that the word? I forgot the English word for this. And there are little black stones around it, and I assume she might be pregnant.
Okay,
I
I'm
hope.
waiting. Ah, yeah.
You see it now?
Yeah. Now it's back to the rope guy. Wait.
Yeah, I just switched back and forth. Wow, we have a lot of people. Like, welcome everyone. Like 100 people here in chat. I think that's definitely a record for a stream of mine. Hope you're enjoying the stream and our rambling.
About hands.
About hands.
Just saying.
We look at pictures and at hands. And we have also two people who are not native English speakers and don't know what things of the human body is called.
Yes, so forgive us.
And clothes.
Yeah, forgive us. Anyway, yes. But I don't think she's pregnant. I think she's old, and because
maybe possible.
Because her hands look old. I mean, but then maybe they are older when they have children. I don't know, but she looks like 50-ish. I think she just holds her hands like that.
I know, it just looks like her belly is a bit extended, if that makes sense.
Well,
and that's
bigger people in this world. I mean,
I don't know. Maybe I wasn't sure. I also wrote it on Discord, and
sorry.
No problem. I wrote it on Discord, and somebody agreed. Agreed with me, so I felt confident to saying maybe. What does chat say? Could this possible? I could maybe zoom in a bit if people would like that. That was helping. I'm not sure if it's then better to see. Really difficult to distinguish. That just like was an impression I had when I saw the picture. Because everyone basically holds something special, and maybe she holds like a chart, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I think she looks too old to be. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe her
Maybe she.
hands are just, she worked like a lot, so then, you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
I literally, I would say somebody from the colonies, you know, like, I don't know. I've seen, like, next picture. I have no idea. I'm not
Yeah,
interested
there's
in
not
this
much we
person.
can actually say about. She
No,
definitely looks, she could
no.
be like a farmer or something.
Yeah,
She
not
has this
interested.
thing around her hand, not her hand, but what is it called?
Bracelet?
This,
Bracelet?
yeah, bracelet,
Yep.
something like that. And
She's
can't
not
put,
important. She's not wearing a ring. Next.
she's not wearing a ring. Wow. I wouldn't
She also
go
doesn't
that
look
far.
like a hobbit. It's not a
Yeah, she
hobbit. I
doesn't
mean,
look
the
like a hobbit either.
No, no. I don't know.
She also has, okay, one detail. If we switch back, you see here like a, I don't know, it's not like a rope, but something like this going down. Not sure what this has to do. Maybe it has to do with her hair or something. Like, I don't know what this could be. You know what I mean? It's pretty hard to see. Do you see my
I still
mouse
see.
cursor?
No, I still
Yeah,
see
now
the
you see it.
bracelet. Oh.
Yeah, I'm slowly switching. It's around her
Yep.
shoulder going down. It's at the bracelet. Yeah. But no idea what that really could be. Definitely, as you said, she doesn't look like a queen. Definitely not.
No, it's like you have your scarf around your shoulder. Nah, next. Not interested.
Okay,
Just
so
a
we said we can't add too much about it. Could be
random woman.
But you said
Yeah.
not everything has to play in should play in Numenor
No,
and so
no,
on.
no,
And this
no.
could be
Yeah, yeah.
definitely outside. This could be like
Yep.
a middleman from Middle Earth,
Yep.
or one
Yep.
of the middlemen.
Colony.
This one
yeah.
is also quite interesting, to be honest, and very unusual. Not sure if we have too many language. She's cold. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, Sea Kayak said, pregnant was my first thought too. So maybe I'm not alone. Definitely a birthing person. Now the birthing confirmation comes in. But
Okay,
yeah.
now we're talking. What is this?
This,
What are the letters on there, Chris? Tell us.
I have really no idea. It's definitely not Kirth. It is. I only know Tengwar, and that is the One Ring script.
Is it black speech?
The black speech has like Sauron also used Tengwar for black speech.
Okay.
They have no
right.
own. I think he has no own writing system. So I would assume this person comes most likely more from the southern regions. So I could.
Yeah.
My assumption would be maybe it's one of the Haradrim, and
yes, yeah,
the Haradrim also were able, at least to some degree later, to contest territory of Gondor. So it's not like they are totally underdeveloped down there. As a result, it would make sense that they also have like writing systems and scrolls like he's holding. Mm-hmm. Interestingly, he has like almost like Frodo, a ring and a chain around it, around this person's neck. I'm not sure if it's a man or a female though. And it's kind of interesting. Maybe somebody in chat has a good take on the writings here.
Yeah, and the skin color is darker, so it's
exactly.
I don't think,
but that makes totally sense for the South.
Yeah. No, definitely. I mean, the fingers are short. Is that like a hobbit with a map, like doing the Bilbo thing?
That would be interesting, like the southern hobbits we have never heard of.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Lenny Henry plays a black hobbit. So I don't know. Is that a hobbit? Because the hands are really short-ish. Maybe they did that with adjusting that. I don't. Hard to say.
It's really hard to say.
Yeah.
So we can only speculate.
The map is interesting. I find the map interesting. I find it So, but I think it does look a bit like Egyptian. It looks like symbols, right? Like a sun. It is like the Egyptian, right?
Mm-hmm.
like the Egyptian
Yeah, it
alphabet,
looked like
no?
the Egyptian writing system, like where you
Yeah,
have. Yeah, that's
like
a good point. So it could
yeah, one
definitely.
looks like a little bird, and the one thing looks like a mountain. There's a tree, the sun. Hmm. It's not Hobbit. No, it's not Hobbits then. Yeah. What about Druidine? Because they are more like,
Possible too.
yeah.
But I don't know if they would write things down. It's really hard to say, to be honest.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because I don't know. There are little statues of them later. I can't remember if there's a mention of script or something. So I
Oh,
don't know. This
the
is
Pokemon statue. Sam comes
exactly.
across. Yeah, that's so cool. But it
Hmm.
could be something because I think they will show them because I also do think, the whole thing of the indigenous people of Middle Earth and then basically, like what happened with Rohan later because what happened there. Well, I mean, that's later on, right? But before it was Kalinadon, right? And the thing is, they were given the land, but there were people before them there, right? So the whole thing of indigenous people or people living somewhere originally and then somebody just comes and says, oh, this is my land now, some white overlords. I don't know. It definitely is a distinction from the other writings we will see, so this tells you they are not as developed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but as you said, potentially we could. The Egyptian style is again the hieroglyphics or whatever it's pronounced in English, and could be something like that. I really find this kind of interesting, but I definitely get like more a South Umbar or something feeling from that. Somebody pointed out in chat that the ring is too big for the fingers. That's an interesting point too. So yeah, shall we move on to the next picture because I have not much, could not figure much out here.
No.
The little what do you call this? Wrapped around the scroll looks interesting, material-wise.
Yeah.
But that's all I have.
It's a tiny
Could be like a
robe,
scholar or something from that region because.
Yeah.
Or a wise person that knows things, historian or something. Maybe it's a contract or something. It would be also interesting.
Yeah. Or somebody
because
like a
the
healer.
south piece. Yeah, would be a person because the person in the south later on in the history, Numenor laid heavy tribute on those. So maybe it's some kind of contract or whatever. Kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, somebody in the chat says messenger. You can put on the
messenger.
Next
Good point.
Yeah, messenger. Yeah.
Okay. Next point. Here we are at another interesting picture. We potentially have somebody who gathers berries, blackberries. We mentioned this picture already earlier in the stream, and it is the size of these blackberries that could indicate that this person is potentially smaller than we are used to persons. Than to the size that we are used to.
Well, you haven't met me, Chris.
I that is true. I heard you are also more in the realm
tiny.
of hobbits.
No, not fully, but I'm tiny. I'm 6'4", 165 Zentimeter. I'm short.
That's not that small.
For a German,
I know a person that
really,
is.
For a German, it's really short. Everybody I know is
that is
really
true. I know a
short.
person that is just 1.55 meters or something.
Yeah, my mom is like that.
Oh.
59 or something. Yeah. Oh,
so yeah, that is. But for Hobbit, he would be still quite tall, I think.
Yeah, I've drunken from the from Treebeard's river thingy.
Treebeard's water.
Yeah.
Yeah. So many people.
Yeah,
some people in chat agree it looks like a hobbit. I would agree too. Could be one. First, if you crop out the top picture, okay, let's probably in my head, I imagine it to be more funny than it actually is. Maybe I can also do this on screen. If you crop out the bottom half of the picture, it could be somebody holding his beard. You know what?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Kind of fun. But I think it's
Like a
just the
braided,
bags
like
that she's carrying.
yeah. Maybe this is the ancestor of Farmer Maggot. Shout out to Farmer Maggot. This is his female ancestor. Well, it's a woman. Judging by the nails, it's a woman.
Yeah.
I would say.
I would also agree, it's potentially a woman too. But yeah, if you look at it like this, it could be a beard.
Yeah.
But
it's
yeah,
not.
So might be hobbits confirmed. Of course, there are also dwarves, though dwarves are still a bit, I think, bigger than hobbits.
And this is not something dwarves we will see dwarves
exactly.
do. They don't collect berries. Like,
they don't
that's
collect
not
berries.
happening.
So it makes no real sense. And either these are very big berries, and it's a normal human being, or as we heard, they're hobbits for whatever reason in the Second Age in the series. Though we know hobbits must have been there in the Second Age. There are just no records what they did. So of course, one thing the hobbits can do in the Second Age is collecting berries. That's totally fine. It works. And it's not against any canon or the books. So, I'm still very curious.
Maybe it's Goldberry, but it's not Goldberry because she would look fancier and pretty. Like, the hands wouldn't be... I don't know.
No, this looks like a farmer person. Like Goldberry is like an entity presenting the rivers of the old English countryside. That's... So, yeah, I don't... Interesting idea, but I don't think so. I think it's, a hobbit collecting berries in the woods might play some role. Potentially a female, I think, too. Is there anything...
No. we need to...
Okay, we have some conversion discussion in chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I said 6 foot. Yeah, I said 6'4", which would make me a giant, but no, I'm 5'4". Sorry.
Yeah, that is that's a good point. But I hear these numbers and I can't imagine anything. I need the meter scale, else in my head it's just I can't even also convert them. Yeah. It's just not something very present in my daily life that I have to use the foot and the imperial units.
Yeah. I think Americans also... No, this whole thing is very complicated because some have centimeters as well and some don't.
Yeah, I guess so. But many agree on chat, it's definitely... they say, probably most likely a hobbit has a bag made, probably collecting stuff in it, has berries. Awesome. Mm-hmm. Yep. So there's berries in the film. This I couldn't also make too much sense out of yet, to be honest. Maybe somebody in chat has a good take on it. So we see a man holding, I would say it's a tool. And on the tool there are two, I need to look up the English word for band. Whatever that means in English. It's definitely not band.
No, what do you... sorry, I can't see the picture. Was für ein Band?
Yeah, that is wrapped around something. And there's a teeth, it's like a claw, or it's not a teeth, it's most likely a claw in it that's probably used
like
as some kind of tool.
Yeah,
like a tape.
Tape. Mm-hmm.
Ribbon is probably the word for it, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Is it a blue ribbon? Oh, that is an interesting idea. That somebody might think it's not a tool, it's a staff. And it could be like one of the blue withers or something.
But it's too short to be a... I think it's too short. It looks...
Maybe he had a very special, unusual staff, or he's standing higher. That makes no sense, I guess. But yeah, I think it's some kind of tool, in my opinion. But or is it? No, that would also make. I just thought about.
Maybe the thing is, this looks very Native American, with the vibe of the thing. Looks Native American to me, whatever this tool is, because of the stone. Do you see the carved stone there, the polished carved stone, and then this whole ribbon, whatever, rope thingy? It looks like Native American to me. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just I could imagine like a wanderer or something. This is like a walking stick or so. Just a
Yeah,
smaller one.
yeah, but it's not a magic stick. I think that would be bigger because I don't
Also
know.
very dirty hands. So Gandalf also
Yeah,
had dirty hands at
yeah,
times.
yeah, yeah,
So that is not an excuse. So if we see the blue wizards, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe it's just like the thing is, in every picture that we have seen so far, there was like some hints, something very
yeah,
prominent in the picture.
yeah,
Like for example, that one woman holding this flower in her hand, the berries, the apple that could
yeah,
symbolize something, the book, and so on, the swords.
yeah,
This is very present in the picture. The
yeah.
person in the background doesn't look like a king or anything, like more like a wanderer or potentially even a hermit,
Yeah.
maybe also a farmer or something, protecting himself with his cloak or what it is
Yeah,
from the
this looks
weather.
Yeah, the thing looks a bit magic, but it is more
Yeah,
like a nature like a
yeah, exactly.
shamana, shaman,
Yeah, a shaman.
shaman. Yeah, something like that. He looks, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Could be. I definitely see why some people say in the chat that's maybe with it, blue with it, just with the
Yeah.
sword stuff. But um,
Yeah.
it's a funny comment. It looks like a drill. Yeah, exactly. Maybe, but it's too big. Like that is a very big drill. Then you need. But I definitely agree. And this claw is bound to it, and I don't know what you do with a claw. You cut something. You maybe I don't know. You try to poke a hole into something or scratch at something with it. For I
Yeah.
definitely like there could be some the intention behind it could also have some very primitive farming
Yeah.
purpose or
Yeah.
something. That's
Yeah.
totally possible too. But I get why people say could be like a wizard or something, like close to nature.
Yeah.
We don't know what the powers of the blue wizards is. We know they must have had rods too,
Yeah.
because Gandalf says in the Lord of the Rings. Let me see if I can find the
Because if
quote really quick. Genau.
yeah,
Sorry, I just
well,
switched to German.
yeah, genau. Well, you find it. The thing is, we had so many rural farm-looking people by now
Mhm.
that would like, I don't know, isn't that? I think it would be just too much then because what stories can? I mean, I don't know.
We will find out, I guess. But
Yeah.
yeah, Saruman says to Gandalf, and the crowns of the 7 kings and the rods of the 5 wizards, and have purchased yourself a pair of boots many sizes larger than those that you wear now. So he mocks Gandalf a bit when he's on Orthanc, shouting down to, we know it's a bit different in the films though, but to Gandalf when he is defeated, and there he reveals that there are 5 rods of the wizards, so there must be 5 wizards, considering that each of them has 1 rod. And so the blue wizards also, we know that Gandalf has 1 and Saruman has 1. Radagast has probably 1, so we have 2 rods left for 2 more wizards, and we know there are 2 blue wizards from Tolkien's letters and other Tolkien's writings published after his death. So as a result, sure, the wizards would need a rod. This could be identified as 1. So I get definitely... It's an interesting idea, though. But I would say it's potentially a farmer. I'm more on the farmer side. Shall we move on? Or is
Yeah.
something you want to add?
Nope. Next.
Yeah, Ritual Baba says, wizards are wanderers and spend many long days on the road. Exactly. However, the blue wizards, depending on which version you trust, like in the letters, Tolkien says they are in the south and east. In his later writings, the south is not mentioned anymore, and they're only in the east. And some of the names, there is Morinechta and Romestamo, and they translate to Morinechtar means darkness slayer, and Romestamo means east helper. So even in the name, it indicates they're more in the east. The question will be, will there be people from the eastern parts of Middle Earth? If we switch back to our very popular map, we have the region of Rhûn, which is, let me see if I can get up this. So in case people wonder where we are, when here is Rivendell, where the arrow is currently, then Rhûn. You see it already on the map. This is the Sea of Rhûn, and this is then the region of Rhûn there. How big this region is hard to say. Some speculate it could go as far as to the Red Mountains, the Orokarni here, in the very far east. But it's really hard to say how big this region is. Rhûn itself also means east, so it just means basically everything around that corner that is east, probably Rhûn. And Mordor is then down here, also has probably a neighbor of Rhûn later, because it also goes pretty far into the land.
Yeah. And there's the only open plain, Mordor has, because it's basically impregnable through the north, the west, and the south, as you see, through all the ash mountains, shadowy mountains, and ash mountains. And there's just this teeny tiny little passage going through the, I think it's called Road of Sauron or something like that, that goes then to the to Barad-dûr in the end, exactly where you put your arrow. So it's interesting. It's a vast land.
It's also why Sauron allied potentially, or tried to ally a lot with the people from the east, because they were in his back.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was open. It seems.
Yeah, and it was open plain, so yeah. And you know what I want to see? And again, I made a video about that. But for everybody who doesn't know, I have a channel as well. I'm the Clueless Fangirl. You can find me on YouTube. And I made a super cool video because I didn't know that much about Mordor inside, like what is inside these walls behind the mountains. And there were so many fortresses actually I didn't know of. The Gondorians actually once built, and they had even farmland like Nurn, the lands of Nurn, like that. Yes, that was like in the south west of Mordor. If you
where the lake is.
Yes, exactly. So that was
Nurnen. Nurn is, I think, the area, or the other way around. Can't remember this, but
and it's really cool because they had farms there. That this is where he fed his troops, basically.
Exactly. It's also the theory that the Ent women are there.
Yes.
The Ent wives.
Yes,
and
because
the fortress are and Gondor, as you said later, built Ciris Ungol, for example. We know this from the books, of course. Then the Black Gate has the Tower of the Teeth, Karchas, and I forgot the other name, but there are two towers at the Black Gate to the left and the side. Then there's Durthang, that is somewhere. Is it Durthang or Gurthang? Let me just think.
Gurthang is a sword.
Gurthang is a sword. Durthang is the
Durthang is
right?
the
Okay, I said it right. And so on. It's really, really interesting.
Yeah, and in the north, the Morannon Gate, and it's so cool. Like, Mordor is really cool, people. I want to see it. It just came to me. Maybe that guy is somebody in Nurn, because he looks a bit evil with his staff. So maybe he's from Nurn.
Maybe he's a farmer from there. That's potential.
Yeah.
That's potential.
Make it happen.
But let's move on to the next picture.
Yes.
And this, I would say, is potentially another Hobbit person, or not. Either these are very, very big acorns, because it's a woman, and we see she holds in her hand three, I think they're called acorns, Eicheln in German. She also, her clothes have some holes in it, so she definitely worked with this, and seems a bit from the poorer side. If we contrast this to, for example, the other persons who look like queens and kings, she definitely collects those acorns. And of course it could be very, very big acorns, and again, but it could also be another Hobbit person that she's very small. Is this also a spoon down there or something like that? Probably. Oh, I forgot to switch the picture. I've
I still don't see. we
have to wait till like 15 seconds till it pops up.
Chris, what are you doing?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to press the button. Sorry, Chad. Another dirty person. Exactly. Can't see the phone. Yeah, sorry. I forgot to press the button, so it should be there any moment. Not yet. Well, it's very unfortunate. So, it looks like maybe a spoon or something. Maybe it's just something to hold the clothes together, or there's like a bag that has to be tied to the bed. But I think it's really a spoon. Interesting detail. I tried to make it. Maybe I should have done this in the meantime instead of trying to cover the unpleasant silence of people waiting for the picture. But but any thoughts on this?
So, I mean, we know, this is very reminiscent to what Sam got, right, from Galadriel when he got the saplings
That's a really good point.
For the trees. And maybe because we know the hobbits move at one point, where the Shire is now the Shire didn't exist in the Second Age there. The OG hobbits came from over the mountains, from, what was it called? Their original, where they originated from? I forgot. But
the hobbits, potentially they came from the Hromanion area and then went over the Misty Mountains.
Yeah, exactly. And this is maybe, a bit symbolic of them building a home, like planting seeds, building a home. I don't think it's anything Numenorean. It's not Elvish. By the way, when are the elves coming? Anyway. And yeah, I think Hobbit, and I would say this is symbolizing like building a home, planting trees.
Yeah, true. But would you agree that you should see it by now on screen? I also made a little error there. Is this a spoon? It looks really like a spoon. She has like a belt with some bags around it or something, and there's also like a little
maybe
spoon
she does
holder or
that,
something.
but maybe she does that to dig, to dig the thingies in.
Yeah, but it's interesting because I don't know. It looks like it's made out of metal. That's an interesting detail. It's maybe also interesting to see, like, if let's consider she is a hobbit, and we also had the other person a moment ago with the berries. Though the other person at least looks, I wouldn't say wealthier, but similar in a way from the style. Now we see poorer hobbits, while in the film. Not in the film, in the books, and in the film later, we see the hobbits in the Shire. They are not in the Shire yet, and in the Shire they basically develop pretty well, and we see this. It's almost.
But there's still a class system in the Shire. There's definitely a class system going on, because the ones who had the holds, they were a different class actually.
Yeah, they were a different class. That is true.
Yeah,
but
so
still, it seems like here we definitely see the poorer side of the hobbits. I would even say that the poorer hobbits in the Shire would be potentially more wealthy than they here are. That makes sense, but difficult to say. I just say usually when we think about hobbits, we think about, of course, the high society like Bilbo and Frodo and so on. And they have this huge hobbit hole and are related to the high class families in the Shire and so on.
Oh my God, I know who it is. It is Lobelia's ancestor. She wants spoons. This is all she
that's
wants.
A reference. Okay, we uncovered the mystery here.
Yeah.
That would be a pretty cool reference, though, in my opinion.
Oh my God. I love
the silver spoons.
There's an epic meme on the internet, and there's like, do you know this? Nobody, and then the person, so that the thing says nobody, and then Lobelia Sackville Baggins once and again, but I'm asking for the spoons again. That's so epic, that meme. I love it. Sorry.
No problem. And somebody said in chat, interesting idea, that this might be the grandmother of Gollum, but the grandmother of Gollum should have lived in the Third Age, so somewhere.
Had an ancestor, but they were quite rich. She was like She was like a matriarch of the family. But I think Gollum's family was actually, from the standing and everything, quite rich. They were not poor.
Yeah.
They were actually quite rich. He was just an outsider. But she was the matriarch of the family, and they were well off, I think.
Yeah, true.
Cool idea. Next picture. Give me
so we uncovered it. You heard it here first. Should this be correct? That would be pretty awesome. It's also like a red chain thing or something. Whatever. I can't make anything. Oh, this one is. I thought, that is like if this would be a different age, I would instantly have said, I know who that might be or where that might be, but I'm pretty unsure. about this picture in particular. We see a man holding a sword, also richly decorated with a horse pommel, made though out of white wood, and he wears an armor.
Yeah.
And my initial thought would, of course, be the people of Rohan, like. Yeah. But the people of Rohan don't exist in the Second Age. Rohan is founded in the Third Age, so Rohan doesn't exist. Though the ancestors, the Eotheod, they are first mentioned also only in the Third Age, so far after the Second Age. But of course, they need to be there. People in Tolkien's universe don't fall out of thin air. And so let's say people ask, Rohan is roundabout here on the map. Later in the Third Age, it's a Second Age map though, but you get the point.
And the thing is, there will be a Rohirrim movie? Anime, yeah. So why not set this up, here in the show?
Yeah. So here on the map, you see that this region here is called Calinardon, and later this region is gifted to the Eotheod, which lived at some point. It's hard to pinpoint it, but here in the northern part, let's say, for example, they later in the Third Age have a also settlement called Framsburg, that is around about here.
Yeah, and it's so cool. I love that whole plot. It's really cool.
Yeah, it is a pretty cool plot, and so on and so forth. But these are the Norsemen, basically.
Yeah.
Or let's say a lot of Norsemen, and they are some part of them. And their language is represented by Old English in the books. Yeah. And when we go further back their line, we also find some kings that have Gothic names. And Gothic is like an East Germanic language, while Old English is a West Germanic language. Yeah. And Gothic is like, I wouldn't say the aunt of that language, if that makes sense. It's a bit difficult to put it down language historically, but there's definitely a story about these Norsemen, what they're doing there, which we don't simply know. So they existed potentially even in that region already in the Second Age.
And look at all the Hobbit images. Yeah, the Hobbit language is related to the
ancestors of the people of Rohan.
Yeah.
And they even have mythology of the Hobbits.
Yes.
They call them the Holbülta, or something like this.
Yeah. So, could
which
be a
means
connection.
hole dwellers.
Yes.
In Old English, and so on and so forth. So there is, and the Hobbits, also the names of the Hobbits are related to this language. So the Hobbits must have adopted the language of the people of Rohan to some degree at some point. As a result, they must have lived together. So it makes sense to have let's switch back to the production-wise.
That would actually be cool if they show this connection.
Yeah, exactly. It would be cool to show this connection, even though the details we know are all from the Third Age, not from the Second. But this could have happened because that the original language of the Hobbits disappear, and they basically take over the language of those Norsemen in the north. That makes that takes time, in my opinion, and also basically shows that they have potentially lived somewhere here in this, maybe even in the forest or so, on the lands beside the forests, that they must have lived there together for quite some time, and
the old
got
forest
influenced
road
by those.
and the old forest road is there, so they could even, make the connection with the dwarves, because Thranduil or Orofer at that time, his kingdom was further south. They just went up north later on when, Dol Guldur and all the evil creatures came. So Thranduil, was it even Orofer who then picked the more they then built Mirkwood further, their kingdom further north. But on the Old Forest Road, the dwarves used the Old Forest Road as well, which could be interesting.
That's Orofer. In case Orofer is canon, that's hard debate. It's difficult. There are several versions of this. In some versions he exists, in some versions he doesn't exist. And he's not in the Lord of the Rings mentioned, so it's difficult to put this character. But it would be the father of Thranduil. In case people wonder who Orofer is.
Yeah, and he died which we will see at some point on screen. He died in the Battle of the Last Alliance because he
At the
didn't
end of the
want to
second, yeah.
listen. Yeah, he didn't want to listen to Gil-galad, and he charged on early, and that was a
Same with
mistake.
Amdir, the
Yes,
king of Lothlórien. In
Lorien.
this
Yeah,
version, it's complicated.
yeah,
But yeah,
but it
this would
makes.
make
I would.
sense.
Yeah. Chris, I have to go in 10 minutes because I have to go to the German Tolkien Society stream, and you have to
Oh.
and you have to do. This is
You're a
insane.
busy
Like
woman.
everybody is streaming. Yeah, but you're doing your stream. I'm doing the German stream. So for all the Germans in the chat, come and join us at Tolkien Society.
Yeah, that is true. So maybe we can get a bit to one more picture, though. I
Yeah.
just need to check something really quick. So the name Eotheod is also translates to something like, if I remember correctly, horse people. So the horse is in the DNA of these people. It makes totally sense that that they have like a weapon like that looks like this. This potentially is a very important person, though, and it's highly decorated. Yeah, there's decoration on the blade, so this is a very valuable blade. That's not a blade that everyone carries.
No,
Interesting point, though, that just to finish this section, that in the Peoples of Middle-earth, there's a section called, I think, of dwarves and men, and there we can read about the relationship that the dwarves of the Misty Mountains potentially had with these Norsemen put in this region. And the Norsemen, for example, did some farming work. So I would, if we look at the image that we see here, it is possible that maybe it's a dwarven blade forged for the king as a present for their help, because the dwarves were good at smithing and making tools, and they were good at farming and getting wood and so on, all the things the dwarves were not good at. So they basically had a synergy, and maybe this was a gift for them, could be an explanation for this sword here. Because if we look at this, we also see maybe it's kind of a horse, and we know that with the meras and so on, there's a deep connection. Horse people is also the correct translation. Double check that. And it is it would make sense that this is like forged by the dwarves, given to a lord of this very early, let's call them proto-Eotheod, that also had like a good relationship to horses, or maybe maybe this person in the story of the series is the founder of this relationship. Though the relationship with the Meras comes much, much later in the Third Age with Eorl's father, Leod, who falls off one of the Meras, called Felarov, I think, and he dies, and as a result, the Meras basically, or this Felarov became the horse of Eotheod, of Eorl, and he then later became the first king of Rohan. So this is very late in the Third Age. So 3,000 years later, basically. But
by the way,
was a connection.
Is Fingolfin's horse a Meras? I always ask myself. We don't know, do you think? Because the way it is described, how he rides, they say he rides like Orome, through the woods, and because the horse itself is so powerful, but it's not said. It just reminded me of it. Sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, but it's a good theory. Could definitely be. So the Meras are potentially related to the horses that Orome brought to Middle-earth, I think, from over the other side, from Aman. Let me see if I can bring this up on screen really quick. I definitely do a lot of production today. Aman is the west continent, where basically the high angels, gods, or whatever you want to call them, live. It's on the other side, Middle-earth, and he brought some of these horses potentially there, and also if we come back to the picture here, the Eotheod and later the people of Rohan, also I think they call him Birma, that is Orome, the Valar or high angel of hunting, and he's revered there. But let's move to you have to go probably, because I talked for 10 minutes already, right?
You have 4 more minutes. Let's do it.
Okay, quick. Let's do it. Oh,
Germans are on a timeline here, and plus I have to get like at least a lipstick or something on, because they stream with camera, so at least I need to wear clothes and pants and look representable.
Oh, yeah, well, that's an advantage here in this stream.
Yeah, I know.
We only drop knowledge, but and look at
know.
pictures, but
I know.
you can also hear it as a podcast, I guess. But yeah, this picture is kind of also a big one. You should see it by now on screen.
Yes.
This
Broken
basically,
blade.
I have to admit, confirms what not confirms, but this looks very similar to the picture we had here. Like if you look at the bottom of the sword, the pommel, it looks very similar to the Black Mordor-esque picture we speculated about ring race. So if the not the pommel but the hilt of the sword looks a bit similar. The style is a bit similar, and we see this weird rune in the blade, and it's broken. And we know that there is like some elvish or whatever character. We don't know this, but there was a rumor by a Fellowship of Fans who said there was like a character that somehow works together with the orcs and somehow related to this Mordor Sauron stuff. So maybe that's him holding this Sauron artifact that is broken, or this Mordor broken sword, and I don't know, he's somewhat drawn in it, and it's also considered like a broken character. I don't know if that's true though. It's just pure speculation. Don't take this too serious, but it looks like a person. He's holding a sword, and the sword could be from Mordor. The style is very similar to the other sword we have seen. Or this is like an early, no, it would not make too much sense. An early candidate for I don't know, the Nazgûl or something.
Before,
But he doesn't look too much like a king, though.
No.
It is said that the people were not all kings, just some were
no,
lords
but
and
power. But they were powerful in their own right. So he does. I mean, I don't know. This is the first. I haven't seen all images. This is the first time I see this one. Yeah, it's interesting. But again, it symbolizes a kind of broken blade. So maybe it is somebody from Isildur's land. I don't know. Foreshadowing that.
Yeah, that would be interesting foreshadowing for sure.
Yeah.
Somebody says it looks like a staff in chat, but if we now look very close to it, I have still the little.
Chris, I have to go now. I'm sorry. I need 5
No problem.
minutes.
Thank you for staying so long. I will just continue my thought in a moment.
Yeah. Don't worry. You enjoy your chat later. Thank you very much, chat. I hope everybody enjoyed it. And Clueless Fangirl out.
Yeah, Clueless Fangirl out. Thank you for coming, and it was much fun discussing this with you. Much appreciated.
As always.
Much fun in the other stream.
Yeah, oh God, help me. Thank you. Bye, my lovelies.
Yeah,
Bye.
Goodbye. Okay, so we are alone again. And Voice of Geekdom is already. But he says that he's still not ready, so I can keep going. Let me just answer really quick. So yeah, to finish my thought, if you see the hilt it seems like it stops here. It's really hard to see. On my screen, it seems like it stops, so I think this is the end of the hilt. So I would say, again, so many things happening here at once. Somebody's messaging me. I have to finish my thought. But yeah, much appreciated, Helen. Shout outs to you. Thank you for being here. I already said this, but really appreciate her being here. Kirdan, my mod, says, sword reminds me of Anglachel. That is one of the twin swords that Eol, the Dark Elf, forged in the First Age. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. It's Galvorn, I think, he forges, he uses. It's like a metal from a meteor or something. Interestingly, there is a rumor about a meteor thing happening. Maybe you're onto something. Because there is a rumor that Sauron has something to do with like a meteor. Maybe that is how Eol got the blade, and this is like related to that. But this is First Age stuff. The Anglachel and Anguriel, I think, is the other sword. They had two twin blades, and Anglachel is later forged to Gurthang. That is the Gurth means, I think, death, and Ang is iron, so the iron of death. The sword of Túrin. But it's really it's really interesting. However, I still think if we I forgot to move the arrow around. So here the sword ends. I think it's a sword, and it looks at least not a staff. It looks at least distantly similar to what we have seen here at the beginning. Where is it? Here it is. Like this part here of the sword and this section here, I hope you can see my mouse cursor, seems to be distantly related. Not sure what the stream's take is on it, but we will. But it's an interesting idea. Let me just move back to the right. Oh, we are far too far. I missed it. Here it is. So yeah, quite interesting. Could be another meteor blade. Yeah, maybe there's some made up storyline about blades forged out of meteors or something. But it's an interesting idea. Why is it broken? I have no idea why it is. Like maybe he could be like something. This character could be like an antithesis to later Aragorn, who is also carries a broken blade of let me see if I can get the screenshot up. The broken blade of Narsil with him, and the what is left of it, the sword of Elendil. Let me see if I can find the film screenshot. Pretty awesome. Here we have it, the blade of Elendil. And here you see, this blade is a very, it's a dwarven blade, interestingly, which is a surprise, I guess, to a lot of people. How it got into possession of Elendil and the faithful is hard to say. Could be made its way to them through the chambers of, for example, King Thingol, who had some dwarven blades in his weapon chamber. See my Elrond video in the Second Age for more information on that, because I theorized a bit about it in it. But here you see this blade is far more classic. Like this looks like it looks not that much fantasy like. It's very like a medieval blade, if you want. And this here looks far more fancy, but still it could be like a parallel that we have on one side later a foreshadowing of Aragorn, but he is not like Aragorn, but like basically the anti-Aragorn, if that makes sense. Who knows? Interesting detail, but not much I can say. Let me just see. Yeah, we already discussed if it could be Anglachel, but I think Anglachel was the sword that was forged into Túrin's black sword, Gurthang. If I'm not totally mistaken, right? Maybe somebody in chat. I hope I remember that correctly. There's also Anguriel. Yeah. The blade remained black, however, and Túrin renamed it Gurthang. Túrin himself reforged it, interestingly. That's a man, check his hand. Yeah, I would also say it's a man. Agree. I also like the torso, shoulders, and so on. Looks very like a man. So yeah, I don't know. I've done much. It's already an interesting series. That's all the young Witch King you're talking about. It's an interesting idea. I'm really curious what they will do with the Nazgûl in the series. So yeah, I would say we don't know Anglachel's fate after Túrin's death. That is true, though there is a version where Tolkien... I'm just confused. There is a version that's basically the second doom of Mandos, or a prophecy of what happens to the to the end of the world, basically. So there's like a version of the apocalypse, or the Ragnarok, or Ragnarok, however you depending on what version you use of the word. Like one means fate of the gods, and one means dawn of the gods, and either it's Ragnarok or Ragnarok. Interesting detail why there are two spellings of the word. But yeah, in this version, however, Túrin comes back and gets his sword also back, his black sword, and he slays Morgoth with it. So there is a version in Tolkien's writings where the sword appears again and is able to kill Morgoth, which is kind of a fascinating detail. However, how canon that is hard to debate, because it seems like Tolkien in some writings distanced himself a bit from this prophecy. And I think in all versions of the prophecy, Túrin appears, which is a very interesting. But yeah, I don't think it's that sort, though. Next blade. Oh, this blade again. So hard to say if this is a man or a woman. I potentially would tend to a female. She has a sickle in her hand, and if you look, or this person has a sickle in the hand, and she has this belt, and there's some carving on it. It could be potential gold, so a more valuable metal, and also the clothes, the robe, is blue. Like, this is not a queen or anything, but this also does not look like a peasant. However, maybe it's a Númenórean peasant, which are potentially more advanced and has more wealth among them. Really hard to say. It could also be some kind of, I don't know, like the sickle, there are the druids or something like this. So like nature clerics or whatever you want to call them. Not in Tolkien's works though, but maybe this is an idea they are somehow chasing. I can't remember. I mean, I guess in a way Radagast is like that, but I don't know. Like the clothes have a weird contradiction. Like if we just look at the outside, at this other piece of the clothing here, it doesn't look too rich, but the clothes below it look kind of unusual almost. Like this doesn't look like a poor person. If we would subtract the cape or the what do you call it, the coat of the picture, then and the sickle, this person could be a noble, I guess. I would probably have guessed it's a noble person. So I don't know, hard to say. Definitely a contrast to the hobbits we saw, in my opinion. And also, this person has definitely worked a bit. We have some scratches on the arm and so on, some dirt here and there. Quite interesting details, but it's unusual that there's a sickle to it. A witch person in hiding, yeah, a disguised woman, yeah, that's a good idea. What this could be would also be my impression. Sadly, I don't have. The shards were buried with Túrin. Colin Tomlinson says it correctly. I also remembered it was with the grave of Túrin. Sickles were used by druids. Yeah, exactly. So maybe it's some reference, like, I don't know. Could be something going to this direction, like there's a tribe of men or something, and this is like a cleric for them. They're closer to nature or something. I have no good idea. It's a female, though. I assume it's a female, not 100% sure. But yeah, the symbols here couldn't make out too much of it, to be honest. Like, let me see if we zoom in quite a lot, if we can find like an interesting detail here. If I just find the picture really quick. There it is. No idea what this could mean in any shape or form. However, you can't see it. Maybe I can bring it up on screen. Let me do the production. Now I have nobody who's talking while I do production, so the stream will get a bit more. The pacing of the stream will change a little bit because it's really hard to do all the stuff at the same time. So it's pretty hard to see. I really have to try to make this a lot bigger. Probably you can't see it still. I hope you can see it. I can't make it much bigger though. If we look at this here, it's a bird. I couldn't recognize it, but it's like, what do you call this bird? A dove or something like this? Let me see. No, a seagull. What is a dove? I know it's yeah, either it's a seagull or a dove, something like this. Maybe it's also. Nah, it's not a swan, right? It's hard to say, but it's definitely a bird. If I close on my screen here, I could zoom in pretty close. It's a bird. And then this is an interesting thing. The other symbol that we see next to it could like be a jellyfish or even an octopus or something like that, even though it's missing legs for that. So maybe a jellyfish would make sense. As a result, this person could be close to marine things. That makes sense. So maybe it's a person in disguise with the mantle, as somebody has said, and it has connection to the sea. As a result, maybe a person from Numenor. Maybe I would not expect this to be an elf. So we have seafaring men for this, and for this I would assume only Numenor really comes to mind, who are known for to be seafaring men. Though you don't see a bird for that. I can't make it bigger, I think. Let me see if I can make this even bigger. Like, it's really difficult for me to increase the size of this picture. Yeah, maybe now you can see it. It's as big as I can make it, I think. It's like a hassle to make it this big. But maybe you can see it now. Like, you see this, here is the beak, here are the eyes, here are the wings. And this is like a bird. A seagull, I would say, or something. Is it a seagull? I have to look. How does a seagull look again? No, it's not a dove. The beak is... Maybe it's a duck, too. Like, it's some kind of bird. Potentially a bird water-related, so not the dove. Now that I look at this again with... yeah, that's the flower. That's an interesting point that you make. I like that. I hope I don't forget about it. There's another reference in one of the pictures to the white trees I also want to talk about in a moment. But can you see it now? Still no bird. Like, that is 100% a bird. Like, I can try to make it even bigger if you want. But that is 100% a bird. Trust Chris on his bird recognition skills. Zoom the other. I can't. Wait. Maybe I can. I open this in a new window. I can. Okay, that's a good idea, which we could use here. But as said, it's not ideal to do this live. The zooming. Wait, let me see. Where is the scene that I need to have? There it is. That's the best I can do, I think. I can't zoom in more. Pen right. No, this is 100% a bird. Maybe open. I can send you the link to the picture and you can zoom in yourself. Maybe that helps. I can put it in chat in case people are curious. Also, you find all the pictures here on this Twitter account. Just have to look a bit into that. Oh, that's wrong. Now I have to get back here to my stuff because this is quite helpful. But yeah, I hope, trust me, I didn't see it at the beginning too, but it's definitely a bird. Now I see it. It might be a vase, however it's spelled. I'm not sure what you mean. As said, my knowledge is... we spent more time on the belt than the prop head. But I love that there are so many little details in the pictures. Like, that is, in my opinion, pretty awesome. But still, this is a bird. So, as said, this could be a Númenórean woman because there must be some connection to the sea. That's basically my whole point. And there aren't, in Middle-earth itself, there aren't that many people that have connection to the sea in the Second Age yet. Because Gondor is not a thing yet. Maybe the Corsairs in Umbar later, but I don't see like this woman being from Umbar, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, next picture. Oh, that one is a very interesting one. That is, yeah, we see a person here holding an arrow in his hand, and the most unusual thing is his armor, I guess. It seems like it's made out of some kind of unusual wood, and there's a face carved into that wood that looks at me. So this is the only picture where we actually see a face staring at us. Maybe there was some decorations before. Another interesting detail of this picture is that I just closed it, that he has a ring on his thumb. I know that in Age of Empires 2 there is a technology called, I think, thumb rings, and it makes your bow people hit better. That I assume could be a similar case here. Maybe I can bring up the other picture so you can see things better. But yeah, pretty awesome. Not gonna lie. So it's a person using bow and arrow. That's definitely what I get from the picture. Could this be an elf? I don't think so. I've never heard that elves would cover themselves in a wood armor or something like this. There's also no other reference for this, but this could be something very outlandish. It looks like unusual for Middle-earth, and as a result, I would argue that this could also be somebody from, for example, from the Easterlings or from the south. Like the Easterlings also contested Gondor later in the Third Age, so it's also not like they have no idea what they are doing. They also, to some degree, advanced. Maybe even, like, I don't know, we had the person with the script here. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Could also be a person from the south. Hard to say. But this seems very unusual. Yes, like also we see some chainmail stuff going on in the picture. And yeah, we have a face on this. That seems to me the most unusual, and it looks like the face is somewhat close to leaves or something. You know what I mean? Like there are leaves around it. Oh, now I see my mouse cursor again. like the hair or something is somehow built into that. So I get like maybe this is a group of people living in a forest. If this would be like Easterlings or something, we know of course of a very huge forest in the east, or in the region of Rhûn, which would be here. And maybe that is how the makers of the series imagined that warriors or hunters or archers from that region might look. And that's just my simple guess here what this could be. Like, no idea. Maybe these are also no, I don't think it would be one of these horse people here. Okay, my screen just had a blackout for a moment. I just freaked out there, but I hope the stream is still running, or you don't see stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Could be there. It is a wood elf, most likely. They were known to be behind in armor and weapons, compared to the Noldor, etc. That's a very good point. But I think, as said, I never remember that there were like elves using armor. Also, the person that we see here has a beard, and having a beard is unusual for elves. Very unusual for elves, except for a few exceptions. We know only from the writings out of 2 elves in existence to have beards. That is Círdan for once, and the other person would be Mahtan, I think is his name. That is the father of the, let me think, the wife of Fëanor, right? Hope I don't mix things up here. Yeah, it should be. Me just double check. Yeah, it's the father of Nerdanel. The father of the father of Nerdanel. The wife of Fëanor. Did I say Numenor? Fëanor. I have a picture of Nerdanel too. I think by Sarah Morello has made one, or it is Jenny Dolphin. I'm not 100% sure. I think it is Sarah Morello's picture, but could be wrong. Oh, there's some. There also some sort of leaf that holds the cloak. Yeah. Something here on the top, right? Let me just switch to thing here. It's pretty hard to see. I think you mean this here, right? Definitely possible. Definitely possible. But like I said, if you, I don't see, I mean, we know that Tom Bombadil is around, but this is not how I would imagine Tom Bombadil. But it was just like an impression I initially got. Not sure if Tom Bombadil has a beard. Potentially he has. Would need to read the chapter again, but can't tell you out of my head. Facial hair is a huge topic, I guess. So I would still say it might be like an Easterling or something. We don't know too much about them. They could make up a lot of things about them. They use orcs. It looks a bit outlandish. That is at least my impression. And we also see a bit of chainmail, for example, here at the top of the picture. They also use a thumbring, which is like an interesting technology. So it's definitely somebody who knows what he's doing there. He has like this thing here around his arm to protect, I guess, his arm from the bow thing. Dude, Sehne in German. I know the German words, but I never know the English ones. The sinew, is this how I pronounce it? Or it's no, in German it would bowstring. That is the word. The bowstring. So yeah, a lot of details here. He has like a belt, which is also richly decorated. If we go down a bit here in the picture, it's decorated. Even the thing that he's wearing, so he's not a poor person for sure. He could be like a normal soldier, and he has a cloak. On top of that, he's definitely out in the free and is doing archering stuff, like potentially like a warrior, soldier or something. Braces, that's the word, I think. Yeah. That's an interesting point. Yeah, exactly. John Rule Tolkien describes the Haradrim as being swarthy and so on. Like the word swarthy appears several times in the books when he describes certain people, even some orcs, either swarthy or swart, and yeah, makes sense. However, he also uses for the Brelanders and etc. So that there's a wide variety of people he describes as swarthy. So it's, in my opinion, not really clear what it exactly means. But in an interview, he also said something that in the far south there is basically Africa and so on. So you can definitely make an argument that it looks like that people get darker skins when you go further south. It will make sense in Tolkien's world. That is not a topic I really want to discuss here, to be honest. Bowstring will do. Okay. You want to see that belt? Yeah, maybe I can make it a bit bigger for you people. Something like this. So we can look at every possible detail. Exactly. In German, the German word for black is schwarz, and of course it's related to the word sword in English, because German and English are related languages. I'm not sure if you have a quote for that. In my mind, because we also I showed you the picture of the Druidine already. I tried to find in the past a quote that says, I also imagine them like this due to the image of Ted Nasmith that I know like a lot of the Druidine. I can bring it up on screen. He imagined them too as being as having a darker skin color. However, in the books, I could not find an exact quote that would confirm this. Like, there are all kinds of descriptions for the Druidine. This is also a group that can be counted toward the Edain, so it's a group of men, of the early men, of also the men faithful. Some of the Druidine also lived in Numenor, in some writings. There's an interesting mention, I think in the Unfinished Tales, there's a chapter about the Druidine. I think it's mentioned there in some of the notes. It's a really hidden little detail. But yeah, that is how Ted Nasmith imagined the Druidine. And I imagined them too, but I simply could not find like a mention that they are swarthy. So if you know the exact book and passage, feel free to post it in chat. If you don't find it, like I don't know exactly where it is written though. I tried to find it too in the past because I always thought, why I imagine them that the Druidine have a darker skin color, and I could simply find no quote that proves this. But maybe I simply haven't found it. That's also a possibility. So yeah, but this is not a Druidine, I don't think so. I imagine them very, very differently from this. Especially in the Second Age. Yeah, it could be one of the elves of the East too. That is possible, but as said, why would an elf have a picture of a bearded person on his armor? Like, of course, maybe this is Tom Bombadil, because the elves know that Tom Bombadil exists, and or something like, even in this early stages. Let me here just show it. And for me, it's just unusual that there's a person with a beard on it, and that the elf would wear it on his armor. That seems to me so unusual. But But yeah, maybe it is an elf. But just my first impression was definitely it's a man, and I don't know, very outlandish looking armor piece. So it's probably the Far East, because we don't know that much about some of how the people looked there and so on and so forth. So they can, Amazon or the writers can make up a lot of things for that. Yeah, it could be also the Ents, for example. This is another thing. Like it could be like a Treebeard or something, a young Treebeard, and it's just his face. But I'm not sure if Treebeard would be happy if people cut out of wood an armor and put their faces on that or so. It seems it's strange. But yeah, I personally don't believe it's an elf. But yeah, okay. That is all I have on this picture. Not sure if chat has something to add. But the Druidine, as said, I would imagine a bit differently. I don't know. I don't think they did archery, and it's a very mystical they're very mystical people. So mystical people. Mysterious is probably the better word, with even some weird magic powers and so on. I don't really see this. They're also quite small, I think, and they don't wear much clothes either. I don't. What is it? Loincloth or something like that? That they are just wearing in some of the description from the Third Age. So I don't see like an archer with armor being a Druidine. That I totally don't see. What? Somebody says it's called Jack in the Green. Okay. Green Man. That is interesting. Thank you for the hint. Would have to do a bit of research for that, but I think what you. Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, you are right. Well, I certainly don't know the exact origins of the story, though. I've seen a picture of this. Now that I see it, yeah, that's a really good point. It's an English folk custom associated with the celebration of May Day. That is interesting. Yeah, that is a really interesting idea that this could be like related to this. So there might be some English folk. If this is the case, though, like if this is English stuff, then maybe there is a relationship to these people here, in a way. Maybe it's not exactly the horse. Like I said, the Norsemen have multiple. That's a very good point that you make there. The Norsemen have different branches. There, for example, also the people from Dale, and as said, there are also some other Norsemen. Late in the Third Age, it becomes more important, and we have the horse people, but they all some seems to speak different languages too, to some degree, and somehow potentially be related. It's very complicated reconstructed because there are so little records of this time. But oh, I forgot to switch the scene. Sadly, sorry. To what we talked about. So the ancestors of Rohan. There could be a relation then to this because they are also Old English and so on and so forth. Like they're not Old English, but they are represented by Old English language. Maybe the series writers drew a little bit on this folklore part of this English folklore part too. That's a very good point that you make there. I like it, but I would say we move on to the next picture. But this is a really unusual picture. That definitely caught my attention, I have to say. But yeah, it's highly interesting. Thank you for the reference, though. A classic Irish English myth. Oh, that's good to know. Oh, the scorching technique is a real technique to harden wood and to draw out the inner oils to protect it. The Japanese call it torrification. shows Suji Ban or something like this. Sugi? I'm not sure how the G is pronounced in Japanese. Japanese is definitely not my expertise, not at all, not even close. It's present in most of Europe. Yeah, I guess you're right. It definitely is made its probably made its path around because so many cultures have ties in Europe. So I can imagine it happening a lot. But as said, it's like when I just read here a bit through the Wikipedia article in parallel, my first association, okay, when it is like old English stuff, then maybe there is a relationship to the Norsemen. But yeah, quite interesting. So I would say, it's not like this armor doesn't make sense. As you said, there might be some hardening techniques going on there. But if you say it's maybe used by the Japanese, then we are back to the east, and that would be rune and so on. So my first association here was because from everything we have seen before, this looks very outlandish and very alien, if that makes sense. Not really fitting to how I imagine in my head, how I imagine Middle Earth in my head. So it must be from a region from far away, and this would fit to the east. And as said, I don't see this person being an elf. So there's that. But let's move on. We are just walking into cycles. Okay, this one is a difficult one. This is clearly like a scholar or a noble. I'm not sure if it could be an elf. I think it looks more like men, but I'm not sure if it is. What the first little detail we see on this picture is, of course, we see a bit of script on this scroll. And the scroll in of itself looks pretty... Yeah, there's a lot of decoration, and it looks very valuable. This is a high society person, if that makes any sense at all. And let me just get the script bigger on the screen in a moment. I just need to find the file for it. There it is. And it's probably hard to see, but I hope my mod is still in the chat, because he looked at this. He's quite knowledgeable when it comes to the script. My knowledge is more on the side of phonology and so on. A bit of language history. Less on the actual scripts, so I need help. And the question, you feel like it's Elrond, it could be an elf. If so, that could be Elrond, because of course, everyone imagines Elrond as a scholar. Like, let me... in the Silmarillion, there is a passage, if I find it... And there's not, interestingly, Sauron. Oh, that is the wrong book I'm looking for. No, I don't find the quote. For a mighty king is Gil-galad, and wise in all law is Master Elrond, and yet they will not aid me in my labors. Can it be that they do not desire to see other lands become as blissful as their own? That is what Sauron says to Celebrimbor and the people in Eregion. And basically, Lindon and Gil-galad warned Eregion. So for people wondering, these are two different elf people. Lindon is here, there is Mislond, the Grey Havens, and Eregion is like this like this region here, and the capital is Ost-Inneville, and there the rings were forged later under Celebrimbor and his guild of ringsmiths or jewelsmiths called the Gwais Imerdain. And So Sauron tried to convince the elf that he's an ambassador from the west and called himself Anatar, Lord of Gifts. And he went first to Lindon, and Gil-galad, Elrond, and potentially Círdan thought, something's wrong with that guy, we're not letting that guy in here, we don't trust him. And then they sent message to Eregion and said, hey, Eregion, there's this guy, he calls himself Anatar, I guess, I wouldn't trust that guy. But somehow Anatar, so Sauron in disguise, he took a very fair form, and nobody could look through his disguise, nobody could see that this was actually Sauron, went to Eregion then and tried, basically, in the Elrond video I call it the realm next door, basically, and tried it there, and he said to convince them, alas for the weakness of the great, for a mighty king is Gil-galad, and wise in all law is Master Elrond, and yet they will not aid me in my labors. Can it be that they do not desire to see other lands become as blissful as their own? So he basically says they just don't want to prevent Eregion from becoming so blissful as Lindon, and that they don't want to trust him, and send message to Eregion that also Eregion should be careful and not trust this Anatar guy. And here is one of the first mentions of Elrond being a wise lawmaster. So if we come back now to this picture to end it, we see a person with a scroll in his hand and Elvish script on it. So of course this looks like law and a lawmaster, but we also could assume that maybe also the people in Numenor use Tengwar and it's like a scholar in Numenor or something, but I think the guess of this being Elrond is not bad. Elrond must appear is an important character in the Second Age, and it could truly be Elrond here. What this says, though, and now I have to quote my mod Círdan again. We had a brief discussion on the Discord about it, and it seems like it's written in English, if I understand you correctly, Círdan. My mod is here called different in the chat, but in Discord he's called Círdan. And he basically what's your translation that you said? King's scroll, and then something scroll, and something like a view from the south. Maybe it's also King's Square view from the south or something. That is what he could make out. Also, another person wrote to me, like a voice of geekdom, and he also presented like a similar translation for this. And he said, "From the south, King's Scroll." It says. So, what could this mean? So from the south. So if this is Elrond, and if we look again at our good friend Mr. Map here, so Lindon is pretty high up in the north. From Lindon, a lot of things are in the south. So it's maybe a scroll or a message from people in the south written in Tengwar. So this would mean maybe from Numenor. Numenor is potentially south of Lindon in probably all assumptions. So it's a king scroll from the south or something, or view from the south. I'm not sure. Maybe it's also a map that showing the king square. If this is a map, though, showing like the square of kings, this could be on Numenor, and then this might be a Numenorian scholar as a result. Like it's a map of the square, and hence we want to see it even bigger, right? Let me see. I have to do the bigger a bit different, so give me a moment before I try to zoom in a bit more. Like I said, a live production is always a bit difficult. And the interesting part about why this might be a map is you also see all kinds of symbols here on this map. Oh, no, I did a terrible mistake. Now I have to find the scroll. Where is it? So that is biggest I think I can go. I hope that's okay. But we see some kind of symbols down here that don't look like writing. So it could be, like, maybe it's an image of the King's Square view from the south. Like, if we look at it, we see a tree here, or multiple trees here and there. Also, do you see my mouse cursor? Yeah, you see it. It's very hard to see on the screen. But yeah, above the sump you see trees, buildings, so it's potentially showing the King's Square view from the south. And potentially it's like a picture of that. So, I don't know, maybe somebody sent this picture to Elrond to show, yeah, that is how it looks in Numenor. Maybe it's a message from his brother, or whatever, because Elrond is related to the first king of Numenor. Would be an interesting thing. Yeah, a picture of a building. But also, it could be just a Numenorian having this. So I definitely see why people get the other stuff. Why people would come up with that this is the thing here. This is a Numenorian using Quenya. Yeah, definitely possible. I'm just kidding, and hence is a meme. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. The second word is written as squower for some reason. Yeah, you wrote this to me, so it could mean like they have to spell square somehow, or maybe scroll. Hard to say, because some of these writing systems are phonetic systems, and as a result, it's not like that they always represent letters, but represent sounds that you make with your voice. With your voice. Next pick. Yeah, okay. We move on in a moment. Don't be hasty. You know how good old Treebeard always says it. But zoom out a bit. Okay. Like this is the complete picture again. For the other picture, maybe that is better. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Also, my first thought would be maybe Elrond, but I feel like he looks a bit too. But maybe I'm wrong here. A bit too, how to say it? Too like a nobleman for Elrond. Like he looks like a very high society noble, if that makes sense. I mean, Elrond is a pretty high society noble, if that makes sense. But I don't know. I don't fully see the elvish here in this, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, could be totally wrong. Not gonna lie. Yeah, sadly, it's also interesting. It's Tengwar, so Elvish, but they write everything in it in English. So the text here is actually English. It's not Elvish, so it doesn't need to be translated. You just have to need to be able to read the letters. Does Tolkien's world have standardized spelling? I guess only in the books, but in the world itself, hard to say. There are also different modes and so on. If it's not Elrond, I will get drunk. We will see when it. Well, you have a lot of time to fulfill your promise then, till the series comes out in September. But yeah, next pick maybe. I think there's not much to discuss here. Like as said, could be like a scholar from Numenor, could be Elrond. Everything is possible. It's a man for sure. And on the scroll, there's a picture of it. Who sent it to this person? How he got it? If it's from the library, why there is a picture of the view from south and the King's Square or something, really hard to say. But the script is Tengwar, and the writing is not Quenya or Elvish or anything. Quenya is the language of the Elvish Latin language. This is written in actual English, which is kind of strange. Next thing. Oh no, this is also very interesting one in my opinion. So this was the picture when I first saw it. Let's switch to the picture maybe. Somebody says it just looks way too bling. That's also how I guess Helen would have phrased it. This I think the main object on this picture is for sure this object here in the middle. If we look at this closer, let's try our strategy again. Here it is. That should work, and you can even see the stuff. If we zoom in really close, you see this is actually a building. I sadly don't know. So Numenor has multiple... This also looks like either it's a staff or a scepter. If this is a scepter, I know that Numenor has two scepters. There's, I think, one, the scepter of the Numenorean king, and then also the scepter that later becomes the scepter of Anúminas, which is the scepter then on Numenor of the house of Andúnie. And there was like as explained earlier in the stream, there was a woman called Silmarillion, and let me see if I find her. Here she is. Artwork by Sara Morello. Looks about right. She was the firstborn daughter of King Tar Elendil, the king, I don't know how many, fourth king of Numenor or something, very early on. And he had 3 daughters and 1 son. His son was Mineldur, and he became king, but not this daughter, Silmarillion. She was the first child, though. And later in Numenor's law, she could have become ruling queen of Numenor, but this law was not in place yet. And ironically, the descendants of Tar Mineldur, her brother, later would bring this in place so that their oldest daughter, Tar Ankalime, could become first ruling queen of Numenor. However, from her line, though, a lot of heirlooms that we later know from Gondor are preserved and given down to the lords of Andúnie, and her line becomes very important, maybe somewhat second to the king, and as a result, there was also like a council. I'm not sure what it was called. Like, was it called Council of the Scepter? Forgot the exact name. See my video about Elrond in the Second Age. There I go through the Scepter origin story a bit. And a lot of heirlooms are preserved by her. Potentially the sword Narsil. If it is the scepter of Anúminas, it was called differently back in the day, I guess. Then, because Anúminas is the capital of Arnor, later in the late Second Age, which so early it doesn't exist yet, simply. And what else does she preserve? I think the Ring of Barahir she also preserves and gives down her line. And her line are the lords of Andúnie then, and they're very important. And they later become the leaders of the faithful. And the last lord of Andúnie is Elendil, or his father Amandil is his name, I think. Almost said Amdir, but no, that's definitely wrong. Let me just double check. My naming, so many names today in my head. It is Amandil, yeah, that's right. Amandil, potentially the last lord, he gives then basically his lordship to his son Elendil, and they escape from Numenor when it's destroyed, and takes all these heirlooms that they got from their ancestor, we see on the screen, Silmarillion, with them, and then Gondor has them, including plus a sapling of the White Tree, which Isildur saved, and in addition, basically almost dying in the process, then the 7 Palantiri, and also a weird black round stone that is, I don't know, 2 meters in diameter or something, that it later becomes a stone of Erech. Or was it radius 2 meters? I forgot. And yeah, like there's a lot of details that this... Oh, nice. Fifi Trixibel is here. Welcome to the chat too. Shout out to a lot of people that are still listening to my rambling here for such a long time already. And yeah, so many details. So I would assume it's one of those scepters. The reason why I think this is a scepter of the House of Andúnir is because the person holding it has a ring. It's potentially not the ring of Barahir. I don't think so. But the person in the background doesn't really look like a king. Like, if this would be the scepter of Númenor, of the king of Númenor, the person holding it must be the king of Númenor. And that is not the case here, I think, because he doesn't really look like the king. He looks like a wise advisor. And there was a council of these lords where they basically advised the council. So I could see this, even though I would imagine them looking even more noble, if that makes any sense. But it's kind of an interesting detail. That is why I think this might be this scepter. But it could be completely wrong. It could be something else. Maybe this is, for whatever reason, a scepter of a totally unrelated region later. I don't know. But my first impression, when I think of scepters, scepter of Anúminas, then maybe that is it. But yeah, it would also fit to the time and so on that we see the scepter. Pretty cool. What this building is, I can't tell you though. Like, I would have to look to the details about the cities and places in Númenor. I don't have those in my head. If somebody in chat has a good guess for like an important building, like Anúminas, for example, is an important port that the people of Ramble On, dude, thank you. Happy you enjoy it here. I'm here only for the law. Pretty awesome. That they lived in this. Andúnir is like a place in, as the name suggests, on Númenor, on the island. I think on the western part of it. And let me see if I can get this up on screen. I think, if I'm not totally mistaken, Andúnir is somewhere here, where the arrow is now. And this is Númenor, the complete island, and Andúnir, I think, was there. If not, somebody correct me in chat, but I think it was round about there. And I'm not sure if there's like a mention of a very important building there that shows the scepter, but yeah, that we see here on the scepter. Maybe not, but I could definitely see that there was like a very important hall or place, something like royal palace or something, or semi-royal palace for these lords there. I don't know. I could definitely see this being one of those scepters. So I would say next picture. This one is a very interesting one. I hope somebody in chat has like I don't know why, but my symbol and banner knowledge of Lord of the Rings is not the best. Somebody says in chat this is more golden than, and it is silver. That is a very good point. Unbloomed Camellia says that it's more golden, but it's hard to tell in my opinion. If this doesn't work here. Yeah, you're right. It looks not silver. It looks more gold, but maybe it's like a liberty they took. I don't know what other scepter it could be. Maybe it's a sword. Also a possibility. Like it's like some unusual sword that somebody wears or so. But really hard to say. It would be more clear if this would be the Ring of Barahir, but to my knowledge, this is not the Ring of Barahir. I could double check about the details. Maybe there's like some description of this ring. So the ring has two serpents with emerald eyes, one devouring the other supporting crown of golden flowers. And it is the emblem of the house of Finarfin, that is the father of Galadriel. So we didn't talk about the ring too much, right? I don't see serpents here on it. I also can't really recognize what this ring here really shows, but I guess having a ring is also not unusual. So that is definitely a good point that speaks against the scepter of Annúminas, I have to admit. Not gonna lie. Oh, I just switched the wrong thing here. So the depiction in the Lord of the Rings films is pretty correct. But let's move on to the next picture. This one here, he has two. Can see it, right? Yeah. You have two stars here. You have a lot of rings. It's golden. This looks like as high society as it can get. It almost looks over the top. And some have speculated, and that was also one of my impressions. Also, Sharky on my Discord also said initially this is potentially Ar-Pharazôn. So he's the last king of Númenor. And that is definitely a possibility. I'm not gonna lie here. As somebody says in chat, and this is a thing that maybe you can elaborate a little bit on it. We see stars here, and people say these are the stars of Feanor, and as a result, then this could be Celebrimbor, for example. It would not make sense for example, Ar-Pharazôn to have like an elven symbol like the Star of Feanor with him. That makes no sense. And it reeks of a merchant type. Yeah, that is true too. Either it's like a very over-the-top king, a merchant type, or maybe this is Anatar. That was also one of my impressions. Like the Lord of Gifts. If you gift a lot, you also have to possess a lot. And he had all the rings with him. And he, like, if I want to go to people and say, hey, I teach you how to make rings, then you maybe want to show off that you have rings. So it would work for this person here, that too. But it's really, really hard to say, in my opinion. But I don't know, it's not necessary how I would imagine Celebrimbor. If we look closer, have a closer look at the rings, I tried to look at that before. There's also really high resolution pictures here. So we have this weird thing here. I don't know what that should, or in this ring here. I can't make too much sense out of those rings so far. They look pretty unusual though, if that makes sense. Like first I thought maybe this is like Númenor, but it doesn't really look like it's Númenor. So, I don't know. Looks very elvish. Yeah, it definitely looks... This could definitely be an elvish character or something like this. I'm still with Anatar though. Like, he comes as an ambassador of the West. An ambassador of the gods, of the high angels, basically. That is who he pretends to be. So it would be Sauron in this case. And takes a very fair form and tries to look... These stars look somewhat official and so on. So as a result, maybe it has to do something with this. Is there an elf who had a name translated to gold in some way? The problem with gold is... It looks like Joffrey. Potentially. The problem with gold is, like, there is a quote from Morgoth's ring. I can read it to you. There's a reason why I don't think... Yeah... Which speaks a bit against this, just from a very deep lore perspective in the books. Like, elves would not crown themselves or would not dress too much in gold, in my opinion. The reason for that is that Tolkien wrote in Morgoth's ring, not in a text published in Morgoth's ring, History of Middle-earth book, volume 10, that is, from 1993, published, of course, long after his death by his son Christopher Tolkien, and he writes a bit about gold. So to explain things a bit to people maybe new to this, very short excursion, and when I say short, I mean potentially long. So there is a master of, let's use Jenny Dolphin's depiction, there's a master of Sauron called Morgoth. That was the first Dark Lord. And he looks a little bit, is described a bit like Sauron is later depicted in the Peter Jackson films. Like he has a black mace, a black armor, and a crown with 3 jewels called the Silmarillion in it that he stole once. So this is the first Dark Lord. And originally, he was very, very powerful. And originally, he infused his power into the world itself, his dark evil power, so that the world itself became something like his One Ring. So you can undo him, but as long as the world exists, his power stays in the world, like the One Ring. As long as the One Ring exists, the power of the One Ring stays in the world. And the power of Sauron stays in this world. However, this is just bigger and just shows how powerful Morgoth once was. He was Sauron was just a Maiar, so an angel of lower rank. Morgoth was once called Melkor, an angel of highest rank, and one of the powers, one of the Valar ones, and he's originally on a totally different power scale, if you want. And he destroys the work of the other high angels, building the world, destroying the 2 lamps, and infusing the world with his evil power. And so in the world itself is something that Tolkien describes as Morgoth's element. And that is in everything. And Tolkien writes, it was this Morgoth's element in matter, in the world itself, indeed, which was a prerequisite for such magic and other evils as Sauron practiced with it and upon it. And this element is also important for example, if you wanted to use like dark magic, I want to call it. And we can read further that in the world itself, also some elements, for example, water, is almost entirely free of this Morgoth element. But for example, and here I hope I can find the quote really fast. For example, all gold in Middle-earth seems to have a specially evil trend, but not silver. So silver in Tolkien's world is the far more, and that is why mithril is such an important material, or even for the elves. It's far more clean or cleansed or free from evil, like more pure, if that makes sense, than gold. And that is why I don't see elves decorating them like to this extent in gold. Like having a gold ring is one thing, but like having a whole dress basically made out of gold and shining golden is kind of a bit different in this aspect. And so this is a bit much to if I'm totally honest here. And that seems unusual, at least from a book standpoint, for elves to cover themselves in this Morgoth element that has a special evil trend, as we can see with the dwarves that got too greedy and had a lot of despair and suffering due to digging too deep and looking for gold, but also for other metal. That's also why, like, silver is like these stars also shine silver, and the stars are very important for the elves too. So I don't see this person to be an elf. As a result, would it make sense for an ambassador to clad like this? I don't think so, but maybe it impressed these elves there for whatever reason. So you could maybe make an argument for that on one side, but it also could be like Ar-Pharazôn, or as somebody said, like a really wealthy merchant. But whatever this person is, so far, like with this in mind, it looks like there's something, I wouldn't say evil, but something, not too trustworthy about this person cladding like this, if that makes sense. Also, yeah, Karl Karsnak says Middle-earth was unironically flat in the beginning so that all areas could be in the light at all times, but was made into a sphere to separate and divide lands and create darkness. Yeah. Exactly. Originally the world was flat, and at the time here we see on this map, for example, the world was flat. It was not a sphere, even though it's depicted here as a sphere, but when Numenor is destroyed, the world becomes a sphere. Before that, it was flat, according to Tolkien's mythology. But yeah, I'm not too sure. He also looks somewhat alien, if that makes sense, but there's also, like, I could see, like, an evil king, like, Ar-Pharazôn, the last king of Numenor, cladding in a dress like that. I could totally see this. These stars here, if they are the stars of Feanor, it's hard to say. Maybe not. The ring here could be something like that. It would be unusual for Ar-Pharazôn to wear something elvish. But I don't think this looks too elvish overall. Like, it could be just a coincidence with the design. That makes sense. But maybe I'm totally wrong. My guesses would be Ar-Pharazôn, or if it's an important character, or Anatar, or maybe some weird, unusual merchant from somewhere. I don't know, but this looks more like kingly, if that makes sense. Like a weird king that really wanted to show off his power and wealth and so on. So it's kind of interesting if somebody's clad like that, that you assume something distantly evil from it, if that makes sense. That is why I got this impression. I hope that makes sense. So this is interestingly not the last picture. Because one picture is missing, right? It's the last picture here in this list for whatever reason. Because some of the pictures were not in this gallery, I think. Yeah, we have 2 pictures in addition. So we have this picture here. And we have the dwarven picture. Then we are basically through already. Let me just see what I did here. Let me just do the transition really quick. I need to just sort out my tabs really quick. Complicated stuff, I guess. So yeah, let's start with this picture, and yeah, kind of I see some kind of theme here. So here we see a person who also has like gold and robes, and also like braces around his arm, even with diamonds and jewels, and he even has gold. It seems like, at least it looks a bit like gold on his fingers. Like here, if you look, even his fingers are covered in gold. So he's so rich that he even has golden hands, if that makes any sense. Oh yeah, you're right. I missed one picture. Good that you mentioned it. We come to this after that. Yeah, but thank you for mentioning that. That's true. I missed that one. And yeah, we also see a darker skin tone again. So this could be from the south. Like it could be like a rich king or very important noble from the far south. However, what is a bit unusual is that Numenor, we can read, put the south under heavy tribute. And I mean, that doesn't mean that there can't be rich people, rich Haradrim or something like that, but yeah, I don't know. Very curious how they tie this in. Sadly, I can't tell you too much because the south region are just so unusual. So maybe he's from Umbar, even though I don't. Yeah, maybe he's like an important person that negotiates with the Númenóreans, because the Númenóreans definitely used Umbar a lot as their haven, and later was also a haven of the king's men, and they had a lot of influence. So maybe he's from a place even outside of Umbar, further to the south, in case people wonder where Umbar is. So let's go back to our trusted map. Here we see Mordor, for example. Let me just switch around. There's the arrow. Minas Tirith later will be here. And a little bit up here, there is, as mentioned, Lindon. And here is Rivendell. Okay, we can't see Rivendell, but for example, Moria, the place of the dwarves, is here. And Eregion is before Moria, is west of it. And Umbar is all the way down here, where you see this little bay, or whatever you want to call it. Somewhere here is Umbar, all the way down. And the Númenóreans used it as one of their havens. Oh, you think that he's a dwarf? That is a very interesting idea, because that's an interesting point that you make. I would not have believed that he's a dwarf, though, but my Kirdan writes, think this is a dwarf. That set league pick had lots of golden triangle motifs, because we also see. Let me just switch back to the thing here. Yeah, we also see like these triangle motifs here going around. We see some jewels here and there. Yeah, it is possible. Gold, also dwarves like gold, but we don't see a beard though, I think. And the robes of this person also are seem very outlandish. Like the old picture gives me a very alien look again. So it could be, I would more bet on the south, but who knows? Who knows? Really, really hard to tell. Next picture, because really streaming a lot, discussing this. From the Red Mountains. That's an interesting idea too. Gotta mine gold, and dwarves love mines, yeah. But I don't think his hands are dirty from work. He's just so rich that he even has just gold dust on his hands, because that's his thing. Okay, there's some theory going on. Oh, that is an interesting point that somebody just made a moment ago. You say he has rings on all his fingers except 3 rings are missing. That is a pretty awesome point. Like, I like that a lot. So coming back to this original picture, like Sauron also got only 16 of the 19 rings of power. 3 rings were missing, that are the rings of the elves. That is a very interesting point. That would be a pretty dope reference here. So shout outs to was it Carl Karsnark who came up with it? Shout outs to you, man. That's a pretty good observation. Or it was by Unbloomed Camellia. I'm not sure who posted that, but that's pretty good. He paid attention. Yeah, sorry, I really have trouble doing the production and reading chat along, so sorry for maybe ignoring chat a little bit today. But yeah, that's pretty awesome, not gonna lie. Seriously, it could be Celebrimbor 100%. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, it could be Celebrimbor too, though, as said, the argument, like, just from a book's perspective, it would be strange that he clad himself in gold so much. But maybe he does. Maybe he does. There's writing on the sleeves. Yeah, that is true, but I could not really decipher it. Also, that is a word I was looking a moment ago. Sleeves. Yeah, 3 rings missing is a good spot. But maybe this speaks for Anatar then a bit too, in my opinion. But yeah, thank you for that detail. That was a pretty awesome detail. So okay, we have. Wait a minute. I think. Wow. Okay, I just noticed a parallel here. There must be. Maybe there is really a connection to the dwarves here. Now that I see this. All credit to unbloomed Camellia. She's the brain. I'm the I'm the good-looking one. Even though that's a compliment, it somehow is also kind of a diss, I guess. Yeah, though Celebrimbor distanced himself from, for example, Feanor a bit, but yeah. Then shoutouts to unbloomed Camellia. Pretty good point. It could be Elbereth written on the sleeve. Now we... Come on. If something like this is that, then this would rule out Ar-Pharazôn completely. He would not have written Elbereth on his sleeves. Looks like a very rich person, that is true. So a parallel I just noticed is this here. So this is a picture with the dwarf. I assume it's a dwarf, because we have an axe and we have Kirs. Kirs is originally a writing system developed by the elves. I think by an elf named Dairon, if I remember the name correctly. And Amandil. Maybe it's Amandil. That's an interesting idea too, but I don't know. Everyone's Supermodel Online. However, yeah, let's speak to... What I also noticed, he also has gold on his fingers, like this person. Both have gold on his fingers. This person has no rings, though. He has also 3 rings. Quite unusual looking rings, I guess. I can't make out what's going on with this ring. Can't make out what's going on with the other rings either. This ring here looks quite unusual. However, yeah, Kirs is originally an elvish writing system, but the dwarves, when they worked together with King Thingol, that is the first king of Doriath, they saw this writing system and noticed that they could carve it into their metalworks and stone very well. And as a result, they adapted this, and it later became even known as dwarf runes, basically. Though the system is in its origin elvish. I also have a picture of Dairon by Kimberly 80, I think. And yeah, quite unusual that she drew him for some reason, but I'll take him. And yeah, however, that was... Let me see if I find the picture of Thingol. Is this the right one? I think it is, yeah. So this is King Thingol, also by Kimberly 80. Yeah, that's the right credit here. He was the first king of Numenor in the first age. Numenor in the first king of Doriath. Doriath is like middle, like in the second age. How can I show this to you? So if you see, these are the blue mountains here, and in the first age there was a coast beyond that. These, where the arrow now is, are the blue mountains still, and what you see behind it is Beleriand. And in Beleriand, that was basically where a lot of the first age happened, and during the War of Wrath, Beleriand was sunk into the ocean and destroyed, and Doriath was here, and there was a place called Menegros. It's really, I I can't really pin it down right now. I don't see it. But it should be around about here. Probably haven't hit it. It's very small on my screen here to see it. But it's round about here. That's where the person I just showed to you was king of. He was the first king of the Sindar elves. One of the 3 original ambassadors that went to Aman and went back. So very important person. And he worked together with the dwarves too. However, they got angry at each other and killed each other. And after that, the dwarves and the elves had a feud. That's basically the origin story. This is a very short version. See my history of the elves and Círdan video, or the Elrond video, and the First Age and about his ancestor. So part 1 of the Elrond video. It's just 2 hours and 7. So a lot of quite short video. And yeah, that is where these runes were originally invented and where the dwarves learned about them. And now we see them here on this. I assume it's a hammer or something, or an axe or a pickaxe or something. And there are these runes. So I would initially assume that these are kirs. Círdan also made like a translation of this. It's not a translation. This kirs is also a phonetic system. So every letter represents a specific sound that you make with your voice. And if I'm not mistaken, let me just see if I find the stuff on my channel. What did you say, Círdan, was your what you could make out of this? Both written in English, interestingly. Awake sleeping stone, it says, right? Yeah, could be Durin. Yeah, for example, Durin also had rings. He was very rich. And another detail, we see a beard here. So this is 100% a dwarf. Like, I would be surprised if this would be not a dwarf. The beard even continues down here if you look very close to it. Let me see if I can bring up the other screen here. I wonder why no pictures appear. But yeah, here is a beard, a bit of beard, and there's even more beard. Just have to find my arrow. Here it is. And it even continues down there, so I would be really surprised. Yeah, awake the sleeping stone is what we can potentially read here on this axe. That is the translation. Shoutouts to Mordor or Círdan for his translation, and it's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool how this writing system works, and they decided to use it because it can be carved on metal far more easily than, for example, the letters on the Tengwar writing system we see on the One Ring with these fine curved lines. It's really hard to bring. Though if you can put this into a ring, your technology is already pretty advanced, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'm also very excited to see. I hope we see like more dwarf stuff in the films. Helen is sadly not here anymore. She's a huge dwarf fan. No, she's not. And there's that. But he also has gold on his hands, and his hands are kind of dirty, which is okay when he has a hammer in his hand and holding a hammer, and I don't know. But it's also maybe a symbol of being rich. And I find it very fascinating that this picture also depicts a person that has gold on his hand. And you said these triangles were seen on, or triangle shapes were seen on a set piece. And here we both have, by accident, gold on their fingers. That's a very interesting detail. I would not have expected that. Can't make up too much of the rings. So could this be one of the rings of power that he's wearing? If they stick to the books, these are no rings of power. If you have seen my last video, the video about the what is it called? The 7 Rings of Power, of course. Really fantastic video. If you haven't checked it out, I can fully recommend it. It's quite detailed too. I try to just looking through the script. Let me set. Okay, so there's a quote in it. So it says, the 9, the 7, and the 3, he said, that is, I think, Elrond, had each their proper gem. Not so the one. It was round and unadorned, as it were one of the lesser rings, but its maker set marks upon it that the skilled maybe could see and read. So the 9 rings, the 7 rings, and the 3 had all a gem. None of these rings, though, that we see here on the screen has a gem on it, so it can't be one of the 7 rings of power. It could be one of the lesser rings of power, because that was, as a 1 ring, unadorned and just a round ring. But that's very unlikely. Like, I think the lesser rings were just very simple looking. And so I don't see a ring of power here, just in case people wonder if this could be a ring of power. He has 3 rings. I can't remember like a dwarf having 3 rings or something. Hard to say. It's also a very good point by Fifi Trixible, who is also advanced good at math. He has 3 rings, but 7 fingers have no rings as a result. Maybe that's a very nice little reference or so. Very interesting idea. I like that. Exactly, as Vende Vendetta says, but all rings have gems, but except the 1 ring. Exactly. And the lesser rings also, it seems, according to the quote we just read here. So yeah, it's a dwarf. Maybe it's Durin. I would say the gold on his fingers maybe hints at this guy is so rich, he has even gold on his fingers and is very important dwarf and so on. Yeah, maybe even gets his fingers dirty. I don't know. Hard to say. I guess he's a dwarf and so on and so forth. It's definitely a possibility that this could be a Durin, but it could also be like another important dwarf, if that makes sense. So we have, I think, almost all pictures except for 1. I have to find this picture now. Let us see. This is not it. There's 1 picture we left out. This one here we left out. Is there another picture we left out? No. That is the last picture. The last picture is this here. Let's get it in a new tab. We made very good results with this. Okay, so this is the last picture. And then yeah, this dwarf living up to the name Longbeard. That is true. He has a long beard, and Durin, the first, not the first king. So the house of Durin's folk are the Longbeards. That's the name of this one of the 7 houses of the dwarves. Can I name them out of my head? So we had the Longbeards, we had the Broadbeams, we had were there Firebeards? There were No, I can't name them out of my head. I have to admit, names are gone. Maybe somebody knows in chat some names. Broadbeams. Iron. It was not Ironfoot, but something like this. Iron Fists. Yeah, that was the name. Firebeards, Broadbeams, Iron Fist, Stiffbeards, Blacklocks, Stonefoots. That are the 7 houses of the dwarves. You find those names only, to my knowledge, in the Peoples of Middle-earth of Dwarves and Men chapter. That's relatively late in the book. Fantastic book, by the way, if you're like... one of my favorite History of Middle-earth books. pretty awesome. You like this knife a lot. Okay, let's talk about the knife, which has nothing to do with the dwarves, I think. And this is hard to say. Could be Elvish. Because it could also be Numenorean. And the reason why I think that is the case has to do with this detail here. If you, and this, I have some fancy theories that we come up in. We have first of all gold and silver. And also the person is clad in more silver-like metal. So elves-like, I assume silver a bit more. We have what the gold and silver stuff maybe indicates an interesting detail here that we see. And if you look at this pommel here, and we look at these structures here, they almost look like trees. So, and we know there are 2 trees in the history of the elves. There is the 2 Trees of Valinor, of course, we have often talked about. And shoutouts to Niati, one of the first artists who ever gave me permission to use her artworks. She sadly has only, I think, 1 or 2 Lord of Rings related artworks though. But I needed an artwork for the House of the Trees. He's from, I think, Colombia, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, it was a pretty awesome surprise. I still remember that day very fondly. And yeah, so we have the 2 Trees of Valinor. I also have another artwork that maybe also shows this. And 1 tree was silver, that is Telperion. And the other tree was Laurelin, and it was a golden tree. And here we see a tree structure on the knob. Let me just switch back. A tree structure on the knob. And 1 is golden, and 1 is silver. So 1 is Laurelin, 1 is Telperion. That is, in my opinion, here the reference of this dagger that this person here is holding. Also, there's some discussion about fingernails. Yeah, exactly. Frank says it. It's Laurelin and Telperion. Fully agree on your analysis here. Also, Unbloomed Camellia said it too. And it symbolizes the 2 trees. Makes totally sense. Let me just get the other artwork up really quick by Benef. He also gave me permission. I think he was the second one to ever give me permission to use the artworks of him. I think he worked for a time for Eidos Montreal and did some artworks for Deus Ex and so on. Frederick Bennett is his name, I think. So here we see it a bit. Here we see Telperion, and on this artwork he's glowing, and there's like a cycle. I think every 6 hours they switch. So then Telperion is glowing, and then Laurelin is glowing in a golden light. And there's also a small time frame where both glow at the same time, and which is a bit overlapping. But these are 2 big trees that stood on the west continent of Aman. That is here, roundabout, here. In the first, in the first age, during the years of the trees, they were destroyed at some point by the mentioned first Dark Lord Morgoth, with the help of Shelob's mother Ungoliant. And out of the last fruit of Laurelin and out of the last flower of Telperion, which glows here in this image, in this artwork here currently. And they made sun and moon, and Aule, the Valar of smithing, basically made a vessel. And then there were 2 Maya, so lower angels of lower rank. That is Telion and is this Telion and Arien? I think the name Telion is not right. Arien is right for one. It is Telion. Okay, yeah, I got the name right. Okay. Too many names. And yeah, they basically bring them. There are 2 gigantic gates. You see it on one of the book covers of the Book of Lost Tales. You see the doors of night and the gates of morning, and there they basically fly over the sky and highlight the earth, and that is sun and moon. That's how sun and moon were created. As said, a lot of videos cover this creation story a little bit. So for the elves, though, the original elves saw these trees, and they are very important symbols for the elves as a result, and of course also the stars. I should mention that some of the stars, not potentially all, but were made out of the dew of Telperion, the tree that we see here right now. So there are a lot of little details, and when the elves awoke, we have a fantastic artwork by... Also, thank you for saying that I have a good taste in art. But yeah, every Lord of the Rings art is good art. I have to say that. Oh, but much appreciated. I'm so happy that I got the permissions by those artists. That's just so fantastic to be able to use their work. They're all linked in the description of the video. Even now, I think I have all artists there, and always link them and try to shout out the artists. What was it? I wanted to show a Ted Nesmith artwork of the Awakening of the Elves. I remember now. So yeah, the elves awoke, and at a bay in Cuivienen that is hard to show on the map, I think. No, I can't show you. Well, I can show it on... No. I have to load another map to show you this to you. Oh, this map is wrong. I have to find another one. First age maps are always complicated. Here it is. So there was a huge Sea of Helkar that later vanished, and Cuivienen is here. That's the Sea of Helkar, and it's a bay there. And there, the elves awoke, and when they opened their eyes, they looked towards the sky and saw the stars, and it was the first thing they saw. And since that, the elves are in love with the stars. And the first thing the elves heard was the water of the shores, and that is why the elves also love the water, and so on. So there's like a very cool mythologic story behind all of this. Pretty fascinating details that we have here. And there it is. And yeah, these, as you can see, this is a very, very elven symbolism that we see on this dagger. So the assumption of him or her being an elf is, in my opinion, very, very likely. Though it could also be a Numenorean faithful who also were faithful to the elves and had like a lot of common and were the Numenor in general was influenced by the elves a lot, but at some point the Numenoreans split up into, they were later called Kingsmen and the Faithful. The Kingsmen were those, though that's a complicated topic to differentiate when this exactly happened, but the Kingsmen started opposing the elves and the Valar because they were jealous of their immortality. The Faithful stayed faithful to them and their good relationship with the elves that they had in the past. But yeah, really fascinating detail, and that is why I think this dagger here shows us exactly what I just described, like the two trees of Valinor, and is potentially an elf in armor, because there definitely will be elves fighting in the Second Age, so they for sure had armor. We also know from the First Age that, for example, the Noldor elves were well equipped and well armed. So if this is an elf, it could be a Noldor elf. However, it could also be like a Numenorean faithful for whatever reason. If somebody in chat has like a better theory on this, feel free to post this. And yeah, this I think was the last picture. So we just talked about 3 hours now about these 23 pictures in a lot of detail. So are there questions, suggestions, something I might have overlooked, forgotten to mention? But so far, I have to say, all the pictures look pretty cool, and I enjoy that you could extract some information out of all of them so far. That is, in my opinion, pretty awesome. And yeah, I don't know what people in chat think. Well, let me see what's going on in chat really quick. Oh, that's a good catch by Kirdan. The pearls on the knife could be from Alqualonde. Yeah, that's a pretty good thing. If it's from Alqualonde, maybe I should show for people interested in where places are. Alqualonde there's a bay here. The region I think is called Eldamar. That's where the elves live. There are also elves living on the west continent Aman, not only the gods, but also some of the elves. And Alqualonde is, there are 3 clans of the elves, the Vanyar, the Noldor, and the Teleri. And from the Teleri, they mentioned Thingol and his Sindar split in the First Age. And there's this island, Tol Eressëa, where also they lived on. And some of the Teleri elves living on Tol Eressëa later went to the mainland and founded Alqualonde there. There's also, let me just see if I can get the other screenshot back to the screen that we had before. Nope. Yeah, there was a first screenshot of the series posted. And yeah, here we see the 2 trees in the background. This is so Years of the Tree, part of the First Age. We had a long discussion in last stream how the First Age is defined, and complicated topic, but the Years of the Trees to some degree are also part of the First Age. And yeah, here in the background we see this the city Tirion, and Alqualonde would be on the right side. Like behind us should be the ocean if this is Tirion. So in the direction of the back of this person. And if you just go north a bit, so let's say we look into the west currently. So if we go from this direction north, around the coastline, there's Alqualonde on the map. That makes sense. And this city here is potentially Tirion, though this tower here should be glowing if it's Tirion, but I said in the reveal in the stream back in the day that maybe it's out of order, I think. So that is a possibility. But yeah, and there's an ocean, and the Teleri are very close to water in general, and they also have pearls and so on. And maybe these are the pearls here are we see on the dagger are pearls from Alqualonde. That's a very interesting idea. I hope I explained this somewhat correctly. Frank says to me, I think the last one is Galadriel with the knife. That is an interesting idea. Yeah, you could be right. Maybe it's Galadriel. Assembling the destruction of the 2 trees and the pearls for the kinslaying at Alqualonde. Yeah. That's a very interesting idea. Because in Alqualonde there was the kinslaying. There's a beautiful artwork, of course, again of Ted Nesmith, a fantastic artist. Covered a lot of scenes And he also covered the kinslaying in Alqualonde, which the Noldor elves needed these ships that you see here, and the Teleri, as said, the elf clan living in Alqualonde, was close to the water and had ships and sailed around and so on. And they needed these ships to cross over back to Middle Earth because they were Morgoth stole the 3 Silmarilli and slew their king, and they wanted them back and were for revenge, and they were warned by the high angels that they should not go, that would bring them tears unnumbered, but they would not listen and went so far and so crazy that they rent there one of the ships. The Teleri would not give them their ships, and then they started killing each other. Or that's not each other. The Noldor started slaying the Teleri, and this was the first kinslay. Not all the Noldor, though, only some houses, especially the house of Feanor. And yeah, it took a very bad turn of events, and maybe, yeah, that is a very good theory, though. If that is the reference, then I have high hopes for the show, though. that's pretty a lot of thought and detail put into one picture, then. There's especially 3 pearls in the knife as well. There were 3 kinslayings that should also be mentioned, and it was always related. The kinslayings were always Noldor Feanorians. So Feanor was a very important elf, was a son of the first. That's a very complicated. So let's say the first king of the Noldor was Finwë, and he was his firstborn son. Did Feanor ever claim the title of first king of the Noldor? Is a complicated story. In theory, maybe-ish, but he had no realm. Had to establish it, and so on. Complicated story. Battle mode Galadriel would be awesome, yeah. I'm pretty sure, like, there's not much, in my opinion, when I'm not sure if it's was a discussion if this is really Tyrion. This is to 99.9% Tyrion, because no other city exists in this place, because there's mountain lefts and rights, and in this little gap between the mountains there and with the 2 trees in the background, this can only be Tyrion. It's simply the only place possible, in my opinion. Can't be Alqualonde. It's not directly at the coast, and it was also removed from the mountains, in my opinion. So I'm not sure if that was a point of discussion here, but see the other video. We go into a lot of detail. There are, of course, some details missing, like the mountains. There should be diamond glittering there and whatnot, but in my opinion, that's clearly Tyrion on the hill Tuna. So yeah, is there more stuff that I need to consider here in chat? Yeah, somebody says, I think they have a tough job on the hands. They have the diehards who know a bunch about Middle Earth, and they need to attract to casual viewers as well. Hence things like the gold dust, perhaps, and so on. Yeah. That is for sure a very difficult task. Gold stuff, picture, not sure if I have it available. Potentially not. Gold stuff picture. I know which one you mean, of course. You mean this one here? Where's the other picture? Like this. Sorry, I just need to zoom in a lot. So you think this might be the same place? Possible? Like if you consider the top, but there's this one building is missing. Like if it would be a perfect depiction of it. Looks pretty detailed too. But I don't know. But I guess we're going a bit too far. Yeah, very hard to not spill the beans in these pics. They teased as well. Yeah, it's a pretty good tease. We had so little information for such a long time, and today they just drop everything. Yeah, they're quite decent in the stuff that they do. Let me just see this here. Yeah, it is a possibility that it's Galadriel. Would be an interesting idea. It would definitely fit her. I have to agree that. Galadriel is, I would consider, a Noldor elf. Her mother, though, is a Teleri. So she's, of course, related to those who were victims in the kinslaying. As a result, she was not the biggest fan of Feanor. But yeah, it's pretty hard to say if this is like people discussing about who's slim enough and so on and so forth. I think the hand looks definitely a bit female, I think. But I'm also very bad at telling this apart, so don't ask me. It could be wrong. There are also some men that have for sure hands that could look like that. Don't ask me on this. I can tell you stuff about the two trees that I'm good at. But telling those apart, it's interesting. That is not my expertise, so I should stick to what I know. Yeah, the city has more rounded places, not square places. I would also imagine that, I don't know, in the Second Age, when it comes to cities, there is not that much. So I definitely see the scepter that we saw here somewhere. I definitely see this as like potentially Numenorean structure. So it would make sense that this is a Numenorean scepter. Maybe it's a light or so, and it's actually somewhat silver. Maybe, I don't know. Even though it really looks more golden, but maybe it's just the light that makes the silver look a bit more golden or something. It's not like shiny golden like this person here, if you compare that. Oh, you can't see it. I'm an idiot. Sorry for that. Yeah, so this is the picture. It maybe is silver, maybe not, but it's hard to say. It's not as golden as this though, or this. Could be just the light. Maybe it is silver. I don't know. I would still say it could be the scepter of Anúminas. Interestingly, would Galadriel wear an armor? So yeah, in some versions she fought, for example, also in Tolkien had written some versions where she fights in Alqualonde against the Feanorians. So she for sure could wield a sword. And in young years, or not in young years, it's the wrong word, but there was no like for elves, elf women were not physically weaker than elf men. So it was usually women did not participate in wars, though. So as a result, they were often healers. There's like an interesting quote from the Laws and Customs, I think, in Morgoth's Ring, where it talks about that the dealing of death, the elves believed that the dealing of death diminished the power to heal. And that's quite an interesting detail here. But yeah, I don't know. What should I read before this starts? That's a good question. That is a really good question. I guess it depends a little bit on what they will actually cover. So I think the main sources for this, as Kirdan says, Appendix A and Appendix to some degree, and maybe Appendix B is a timeline, what happens. There's also some information about the Second Age in it, I think. But in general, the appendices also have some Second Age information. Then, if you really want to dive a bit deeper, or not deeper, but you also find some good stuff in the Silmarillion. There is the chapter of the Third Age and the Rings of Power. Even though it says Third Age, it also has some information on the Second Age, especially about the Nazgûl and so on. So can be quite interesting. And a lot of details about the Second Age you find in the Unfinished Tales. The Unfinished Tales has like 3 main sections, one about the First Age, one about the Second Age, and one about the Third Age, and then there are also, I think, some additional texts that Tolkien wrote about, for example, the Five Withered, the Istari, and the Dunedain, for example. Some essays that he never published, and they're published in this book. That are, I think, the best sources for Tolkien's for Second Age and serious stuff. But of course, it's quite a lot. But maybe Unfinished Tales and the Second Age section can be interesting, but you have to consider this is quite deep Tolkien stuff already, with material that he was work in progress and he never published. So you find, for example, of the same thing, you find like 3 versions, and all versions contradict each other. And then it's very difficult to form like one consistent canon out of this. Also, Orinus Winter is here. Shoutouts to you, man. Nice to see you. You have just missed quite a lot, but I know for you it's pretty early in the morning, I think. We're still going. Yeah, I'm still here. But yeah, I think if somebody has more recommendations for this, for reading stuff, but these are the books. There's also some Second Age information in the Peoples of Middle-earth, but Peoples of Middle-earth stuff is really advanced Tolkien stuff already, I would say. But yeah, from when it comes to main sources, Lord of the Rings appendices, especially Appendix B and Appendix A, and Appendix B is relatively easy to read because it's just like a timetable when you can read what happened when. And you have some details in the Lord of the Rings itself. Sometimes the Second Age is referenced in the book itself. And also Appendix A has some Second Age stuff in it too, of course. As said, Unfinished Tales, and maybe the Silmarillion Third Age and the Rings of Power chapter is... Well, also the Silmarillion has a chapter about Numenor, which is, maybe I should mention that too, which is also pretty important. There's a Downfall of Numenor section in it that is also as important, I guess. Did I forget something, chat? You can catch up after. Oh no, chat. I streamed for 4.5 hours already. What is time doing? Why is it so fast? But I have to admit, I'm talking for almost 5 hours now, so I would also like a short moment of shutting up. So I'll probably end the stream relatively soon. But maybe there are some important questions that needs answer or something. I hope I could answer this though. Okay, Cindy Cruz Beach, who asked what to read, says thank you. So I assume that helps her. It was quite a lot of information, I think. Yeah, I'm very curious though how the show will be. But as we now probably have demonstrated, there is like a lot of detail in every picture that we have found. Interestingly, now that I see this picture here again, these rings have gems. That doesn't work. How do I have to do this? Something like this. There are gems on this thing. So maybe there is a ring of power here. Maybe this one. Maybe this is Celebrimbor. Interesting idea, I think. But who knows? Who knows? We will find out. We will, when the show comes out, probably I'm too lazy to watch my 3 hours prediction stream here, but we will see what we discussed today will be true and what will be wrong guesses by our side and by me. We will find that out. Talking is one of my superpowers. Yeah, it kind of is, but I really feel like my voice is a bit tired right now. And I really need to eat something really quick. My tummy is already making noises, and also need a bathroom break really quick. Gil-galad had 2 rings. That is a really good point. This could be Gil-galad. Somebody says it might be Ar-Pharazôn. Also an interesting idea. Gil-galad would work too, to be honest. Maybe because he, you're right, he had 2 rings of power later. One was sent to Galadriel. That is Nenya, and Narya and Vilya was sent to Gil-galad. However, if these are the 2 rings of power, then Narya is the ring of fire. I would imagine a red gem in the ring of fire. And the other, Vilya, is the ring of air, and Nenya is the ring of water. So I would also expect to look different. This looks like blue and green, maybe black and green. I'm not sure, but just a theory. But you see, there are a lot of details to speculate about, and that is always fun, in my opinion. I'm very curious if somebody can make this would be interesting again. Maybe now I can zoom in enough for you people to see it, but it's pretty hard to see. I can't zoom in further. This here, I'm very curious if this is a Tengwar script and somebody can decipher it on this ring. But yeah, the people who designed the customs and all the equipment and so on, shoutouts to them. They put in a lot of thought and work into that. And also the people who composed the pictures and so on. It's really a pleasant surprise so far. Very, very, very curious with all the pictures that we have seen here. I have a Thai green curry. Awesome. Yeah. Spielkalb von Sparta. Galadriel was Gil-galad was the one with the 2 rings, as said. So yeah, these are all the pictures again in fast forward. I would say, yeah, as said, if you want to look at the pictures and you haven't found them yet, let me just relink the Twitter account again, so you can look at them yourself and make up. Feel free to people who enjoyed the stream to write things in the comments. I'm very sorry for I had no time to prepare the credits for this, so I maybe just roll the old credits that I have. I think there is one person I just give a verbal shout out. That's Cap9. Shoutouts to him. He would appear in the credits, but I sadly, like I said, I had no time to render a new credit scene, so I just show you an old one. For the stuff, I maybe just can roll it already. And I hope you had a fantastic, you enjoyed the stream and had a good day here and a good time seeing this. Shoutouts to Clueless Fangirl. I'll link her in the description later. I put this as a VoD, as a VOD, and I hope that the video is not claimed in any shape or form. That would be pretty awesome, unlike last time. And yeah, if you enjoyed this, feel free to press the like button. If you're new here, maybe check this channel for much more in-depth Lord of the Rings stuff that's going on here. Press maybe the subscribe button for that, and check my other videos, especially the last one and my videos of my Who is Elrond video, video 1 and video 2 about the second age. The first is about the first age, and there will be several videos about the third age coming up on this channel too. I hope you enjoyed this so far. Is there anybody else I need to shout out? That's currently my problem. Like, I have too many production things to do at once, chat. It's just too much multitasking for me. Where is OBS? I need to give you the thanks for watching stream. Content-wise, I have a lot of work still to do. Yeah, have a nice meal. Thank you. Much appreciated. Content-wise, what's coming next on the channel? So there will be a new episode about my film and book series. There will be the third part of the Who is Elrond video. And I plan on maybe doing a video about the Blue Wizard at some point. Like, also a shorter one. In relative terms. And that's basically what's coming up next on Twitch. Currently, I played my Dark Souls 3 level 1 run. We completed vanilla Dark Souls 3. It was frustrating at the end, I have to admit, but we made it. And maybe I check the DLCs next or something that's going on Twitch. The gaming channel, I also need to upload something. There are a lot of things to discuss there too. So there will be a lot of content. Pretty busy month for me. Again, shoutouts to all the people. Let me just see if I overlooked somebody that might have, I don't know, had a membership or something. Director Diode, also shoutouts to him. Not sure if he was in the credits. I think I got everything. So thank you people for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and see you people next time. Goodbye.